You're about to watch another episode of The Dungeon Run, but did you know that you can actually be part of the adventure? When you tune in live on Wednesday nights at 6 p.m. Pacific time, you can make your voice heard and help determine the fate of our adventurers. We hope to see you there.
Hello, and welcome to The Dungeon Run, a live tabletop role-playing game where your interactions help tell the tale. And a special hello to everyone watching live for the first time. Hello. I am Lord Ereban. Wow, I said that very intently. Keeper of Secrets, and your host for tonight's campaign. Together, we stand witness as our intrepid adventurers face terrible danger and most certain doom in their quest for glory, valor, and most importantly, treasure. Throughout our time together, you will be called upon to help guide decisions made within the game. In addition to our live chat interactions, those that are brave enough can purchase one of 7 unique digital items. If you love the show, you can show love. Look at that. The balloons are blue now, huh? Great. When you buy Show Love, Jeff will see it and may read your name out during the game, showing you some love. And of course, you could show love to any member of the team. Ghost saves Lily, show love. Vaima roasts some enemies, show love. You get the idea. It's those simple gestures that are so thoughtful and mean the most. Also, you could bestow upon the adventuring party the gift of advantage, the ability to roll a pair of 20-sided dice at once, taking the highest roll. Or for those of you that feel the players have had it too easy, you could set the trap of disadvantage. So if a player has advantage, this disadvantage will counter it. And if the player does not have an advantage, well, they will roll a pair of 20-sided dice and take the lowest roll. After all, life is pain. Okay. Now, also, you may want to be the wind out at our adventurers' backs and allow them to draw from the Force of Good deck. Or, to add an even greater challenge to the adventure, you can purchase a Force of Evil card. Those are evil. That's why the word Force of Evil is included. Holy mother of cheese cats! Queso Gato, what on earth do you think you're doing in my chat? Yes, it's my chat. Well, technically, I guess it's yours now, because you've just bought a Force of Evil card and have given it to a random member of the team. Good, sir. I like your style. But, oh wait, I have something else to tell you about this. Holy macaroni, Grim-Fated! You're out of your mind! Queso Gato and Grim-Fated, you both have 3 minutes in the box. Seriously, what is this? The team doesn't need this much animosity. All right, maybe it does, because they do very well. Look, when you buy one of these digital items, please specify which player at the table this is for, as Grim-Fated did, or in the case of Cheese Cat, Queso Gato, you can say roll or don't make a choice, and we'll decide for you. But that is not all. Please remember, it's on you. You can purchase an IOU, and each time you do, it will light a Force of Good candle. And when the goal of 20 candles is reached, a Force of Good card will be awarded to a random member of the team. If at the end of tonight's adventure, there are candles still lit, they will carry over to the next show. And finally, the one And only please, everyone pay very close attention. No need to even bother reading the screen right now. As a matter of fact, just go ahead and cancel it. Disregard Milo's Bowl because it no longer is included. I don't think you can even buy it if you wanted to. So if you can, for whatever reason, please don't touch it. Leave it alone. Trust me, it's bad for you, me, and the party. Wonderful. Fantastic. No, MC Campbell, it is not there. I'm pretty sure that's just you. Don't buy it. Thank you. Also, finally, you have the power to submit your idea for a Force of Good or Force of Evil card, and we might use it on the show. You can submit DM cards for Jeff as well. Yes. Head over to thedungeonrun.fandom.com to submit. And you can upload your fan art there as well. And to those who have already submitted, I see you, and I thank you. And now, let's take a look at the Dungeon Run shirts, baby! Ha! Look at that! I love it. I really love it. Baby Ereban, huh? Adorable. Upper left, get one. You'll love it too. Upper right, the Vardo. All aboard, let's ride! Now, at the very bottom, rev up your motorcycle engines. The Flock Gang is here. This one is our first double-sided shirt. Come on, how beautiful. And of course, the classics, the Dungeon Run logo, upper left. Top middle, Meep Lives in blue, yeah. Upper right, and my personal favorite, Lord Ereban's Dungeon Run. Bottom left, let the dice roll, baby, yeah. And finally, last but not least, and maybe the most important, respect to the candles and the Candle Queen, bottom right. Get one now at a store near you. I'm serious. thedungeonrun.fandom.com. That's where you go, actually. Also, wait, hold on. Another thing. Stay hydrated with the Baby Ereban mug. That's me as a baby on a mug. Get ready, it's party time. If you're over the age of 21, living in California, you could even put a little snippet of booze in there or something. Whatever makes you feel great. If you're under that age, please don't touch. All right. Head over to thedungeonrun.fandom.com to purchase your Dungeon Run merch. Now, let's meet our brave souls. Our cast of characters. Please welcome Katie Michaels as Lily Dumblestar.
I'm just a sweet little grandmother.
Oh. Don't let her fool you. She will demolish you in the fields of battle. Ronald Ogden as Ugger!
Hey, does anybody know what a zone of truth does?
Yes.
You're ugly.
What? Oh, come at me.
Oh, that's
come
what
at
it does.
me. Morgan Peter Brown as James Quiller.
Man, are you out here encouraging drunkenness? What is
No. Only to the adults. Come on, James.
Okay, all right.
It's
Well,
the adults.
Pull it together.
But you're right. I should never do that again. Jessica Lynn Parsons as Fahima Tig.
Hey, Lord Ereban. I got you on my shirt.
Yeah! This is the best. You look fantastic, by the way. Jared Kajak as Civ Redfizzle.
Are you ready to fib to some dwarven paladins?
Absolutely. I'm
All right,
always
do it.
ready. I love you. And finally, last but not least, the man of the hour, the Tower of Power, Dungeon Master himself, Mr. Jeff Kanata!
Ereban, are you excited about the Super Bowl this weekend?
I'm pumped, baby! 49ers all the way!
That's what I'm saying,
know.
go Niners!
I memorized it. I like it. You look great, as always.
Got the colors.
You look, I love it. Also, as their journey continues, I, Lord Ereban, will be joining you in your social conversations around the game, so keep an eye out for my avatar and comments. And before we begin, I have a favor to ask of you. It would give me great pleasure if you would share the show. Just click below and let all of your admirers know that you are watching the Dungeon Run. Sir Mix-a-Lot, what in the... tarnations is the word I was looking for, was that? That's 3 Force of Evils out the gate. And not only Force of Evils, but one for Fahima. What did she ever do to you? Most likely a lot. I agree that this was a very violent start and one that I am looking very much forward to. So keep the comments coming, be ever vigilant, and after all, let the dice roll!
Woo!
All right.
Yeah!
All right. Roll.
You guys excited?
Yes. Meh.
I am
Katie's
I
over.
have a little head cold, so I apologize in advance for any coughs or sputtering sounds this episode.
Don't apologize to them, apologize to us.
I don't really care what you guys think. All right, let's catch everybody up, shall we?
Yes.
It started as a simple dungeon run. A group of 5 adventurers who stumbled upon an item trapped in crystal. To identify it, they made contact with a member of the Natural Order, a conclave of wizards investigating the disappearance of Ain's ancient protectors, the Wardens. This wizard, Torvald the Timid, broke the item from its crystalline shell and explained that it was, in fact, the Secret Keeper's amulet, a relic of incredible chaos magic that could poke through the fabric of realities and grant you, the Watchers of the Time Stream, the means to affect this world, to help shape the lives of the characters within it. But the amulet is even more than that. It is also a key tied to the Wardens, those 100-foot-tall elementals the Natural Order had been searching for. Using the power of the amulet, our team set about finding and freeing the captured Titans, growing more confident and more experienced along the way. With good deeds and courageous acts, their abilities expanded, and they earned themselves the title, the Heroes of Bingle. And each time they freed a Warden, the amulet rewarded the team with visions of a lost history, a look into the time before the Great War of Ideas, to the very origins of the Wardens themselves. Now the Heroes of Bingle are on the trail of their 3rd Warden, which they believe is being held inside the volcano called Sky Scorcher Peak. They found clues pointing them to this direction when they searched the spell tower of Calcutta Theed, a mysterious and powerful spellcaster known as the Ashen Mage. But the only way into Sky Scorcher Peak is through the dwarven city of Dalto Thum, a city that has been engaged in major conflict with the orcs of Ukdun for decades. Now, that conflict threatens to explode into all-out war as the orcs advance on the city armed with massive artillery cannons. And no one is more aware of this fact than Uggo, whose long-standing acrimony with the dwarves makes dealing with them difficult. On their way to Dalto Thum, the team came across 2 dwarves caught in the raging rapids of the Golden River. Even convincing them to cooperate long enough to be rescued was a challenge with an orc on the team, but pulling the 2 dwarves, Homrian and Donk, out of the rushing water proved quite useful to their quest. They learned valuable information about the growing tides of war and were able to persuade the young runaways, self-described conscientious objectors, to guide them to the very gates of the city. Along the way, the thunderous cocoon of a firing cannon rang out through the mountains, the ominous sound of orcish bombardment. As they got closer, they chose to abandon their custom travel wagon and the huge Achirai birds that were pulling it, leaving them hidden and well-fed to take a narrower, less conspicuous path up the mountain. Passing marching armies of well-armored dwarves, the team finally arrived at the gates of Dalto Thum, the towering, austere, bronze doors built into the crack of the Nelrim Mountains. With a waterfall gushing before them and dwarven guards patrolling the entrance, the team attempted a risky gambit, posing as refugees seeking asylum inside the city. Lily disguised herself as her own grandmother, and with the amulet's help, managed a titanic feat of persuasion, convincing the gruff, war-hardened dwarvish field commander to bring the team to Dondo Corrigana, the Paladin they had been told to seek out inside. With Uggo, Homrian, and Donk all invisible, they and the rest of the team made it through the massive doors of Dalto Thum, past the cavernous entrance to the mountain and into the bustling city of the Cragborn clan. What they found inside was a society bracing for war. Joyless preparation, hard work, and compulsive weapon making, punctuated by periodic blasts from cannon fire, rocking the entire mountain. A city under siege. Winding their way past dark windows and dour faces, they soon arrived at the small, nondescript abode of Dondo Corrigana, a shiny metal door set against stone. When it opened, they saw a stout older dwarf in pale robes, a gleaming golden ankh hanging around his neck, the devotional symbol of the Candle Queen, the goddess of truth, knowledge, and good fortune. He beckoned them inside, retrieved a gleaming silver sword from a chest, and cast an uneven, glowing circle upon the ground. Looking up at them, he said, If you wish to converse with me, you must do it inside the zone of truth. And that is where we left off last week.
Great descriptive words in that of the cave.
Thank you.
Lots of fantasy words.
All right, we got
What?
some cards that we need to hand out to the
Fantasy
team.
words.
Fantasy words.
We got Civ has a force of good.
They originally were
This
going to call
from
Dungeons and
Uncle
Dragons
CW.
fantasy words.
Uncle CW, thank you. Jump into
Ema.
it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Fizzy lifting meep. Pay attention to Jessica. Oop.
I think it
Don't
says
read that
don't read
aloud.
aloud. That's okay.
So I'll just
That's
be watching
okay.
Jessica in a very creepy manner for the rest of the show.
That's okay. Jessica,
At
you
least I
got
didn't read the rest of it.
you got a you got a force of good from Don't Hate Fahima.
Oh, all right. Thank you, Don't Hate Fahima. A second chance. The entire party, including Jared, in parentheses, okay, have a chance to correct Jared's blustering blunder. Hey,
man.
timely.
I do not want to relive that moment.
Everyone takes a turn saying bluff Blanatus, bluff buffing blessing 3 times fast. Count the number of players who are successful. You may add that number to any charisma-based roll of your choice.
Nice.
All right, so should we do it now?
Yeah, do it real fast.
Read it again. Okay.
Bluff Blanatus, bluff buffing blessing.
Copy.
Bluffing blessing? I
Bluff?
want to write that down because I wouldn't be able
Bluff,
to remember that.
buffing.
It buffs your bluff.
Bluff,
Blessing that buffs your bluff.
bluff. Everyone's gonna do it. Bluff Blanatus, bluff buffing
blessing.
You gotta do it 3 times fast.
Okay.
All right.
You ready?
Well, we all have to do it 3 times fast or just once?
You do it 3 times fast.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Okay.
Everyone takes a turn.
You go first, Jared.
Bluff Blanata's bluff buffing blessing. Bluff Blanata's bluff buffing blessing. Bluff Blanata's bluff buffing blessing.
Way to go.
So was that
Look
fast?
at that.
Was that-
Redemption!
was that
Redeem
fast enough?
yourself.
Do you want to look at the? Do you want to look at the card?
Yes.
Read the.
It helps. It helps.
Quick.
Bluff Blin.
That didn't take long. Trippingly on the tongue.
Thank you very much.
Speak the speech, I pray
Bluff
you.
Blanata's bluff buffing blessing. Bluff Blanata's bluff buffing blessing. Bluff Blanata's bluff buffing blessing.
Yay!
Good job, Ron.
I couldn't even say this the first time I read the actual card, which is why it's this now. Bluff Blanata's bluff bluffing blessing. No, Larry said it.
Jeff, do you want to try it?
Sure.
Do it.
Bluff Blanata's bluff buffing blessing. Bluff Blanata's bluff buffing blessing. Bluff Blanata's bluff bluffing blessing. I don't know. I tried.
I think it counts.
I think it's harder to say the other way.
Do I do it?
Bluff
Yeah.
Blanata's
Oh, okay.
bluff blessing.
That is hard.
Bluff bluffing blessing. There it is.
James,
I
you
gotta
have.
do
She
two, I
hasn't
gotta
done it
do two.
herself
Yep.
yet.
Go ahead.
Bluff Blanata's bluff buffing blessing. Bluff Blanata's bluff buffing blessing. Bluff Blanata's bluff buffing blessing.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Okay, so
So
go on in
James
it.
has a force of good from Confusing Wookiee.
Nice.
A force of evil from Grim Fated.
Nice. Okay, got it. Confusing Wookiee and Grim Fated. Thank you both. Doubles, a force of good. Viewer submitted. This card is triggered if you're rolling an attack with advantage or disadvantage and you roll doubles. If the attack would have missed, it hits. If it would have hit, you get to roll an extra attack. Amazing. And the force of evil, fire insurance claim. After the fire at Whitebeard's lair, a lawyer has found you with an insurance claim due of the fire. The party loses 5d20 gold unless you can charm your way out.
We've had way
Charm our
more
way
loose
out.
gold
Yeah.
cards.
We
than have
really
paid.
have.
That's why I put a bunch of money in the bank. so
How?
that we
Yeah. How can we? How can we charm our way out, Jeffrey?
You can attempt a charisma
Okay.
roll.
Yeah.
If you'd like.
I mean,
Like a
I'll try
saving
like
throw?
persuasion or
Yeah.
deception.
I will let you make that. The
I
card is
will-
unclear, so I'll let you make that.
I will roll with. I will roll
And
for deception.
I would like you to RP your.
Right. Right. Excellent. Fire at
What would you say to try to get out of the fire insurance claim?
I'm afraid you don't understand. See, Whitebeard actually had very many flammable materials around, which obviously we couldn't have known, given that our friend is a fire genasi and literally partially made of fire. Therefore, the whole building was not up to code, and having a fire genasi in the actual, place, it makes the whole thing just danger to go up at any moment.
I love it. Roll and see how it came out.
Do I get advantage?
Oh, I felt so bad.
If you want, you had advantage from Batara Storeblade, but it was countered by Grim Fated.
Oh.
So no.
Of course.
What did you roll?
Okay, hang on. I rolled an 11. but I'm going to use this one from Multiverse Cleric, Lord Airban's Lucky D20. Reroll any attack or save roll while also rolling a D4. Will you allow it?
Sure.
Okay, cool.
It's a save. We'll say it's a save.
Yes, that's a 4 and a 6. That's plus 7, so that's 17.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yes.
I'll say that the DC was 15.
Nailed it.
So we'll say that half.
Half. We lose half the gold. All right.
Half of whatever it
5d20.
says.
Okay.
4 to 32, 40, 53.
Ouch.
Half of that?
26.
Okay.
Yeah, not bad.
That's not too bad.
Who is mine from?
Confusing Wookiee is your force of good. Ugo.
Confusing Wookiee. Thank you, Confusing Wookiee. Viewer submitted. Pulling the mom card. You call out to one of your enemies and ask if their mom would be happy with what they're doing. They start rethinking their entire life and must roll a DC 15 Constitution saving throw or miss a turn completely.
Nice.
Yeah. Who's mine from?
It is from Uncle CW.
Uncle CW. I have Power Pellet. After you or a party member roll a d20 and do not like the result, you may take a snack from the snack bowl and attempt to toss it into the mouth of the player sitting farthest from you.
Oh no.
Or they can toss it to you if you prefer.
I wasn't paying attention.
Oh no.
Love it.
Jared, wake up.
If you or a party member roll a d20 and don't like the result, you may take a snack from the snack bowl and attempt to toss it into the mouth of the player sitting farthest from you.
Oh man.
Furthest from you, or they can toss it to you if you prefer. If you miss, the original roll is taken. Catch it in the mouth, you win a reroll.
Wow. All right. I prefer gummy bears.
People
Yeah.
like seeing us get goofy.
We also have a Queso Gato Force of Evil that was roll for it. I rolled a 5. What are you?
Brutal.
See what you've done.
All right.
It seems like I'm allergic to cheese.
Or cats.
And cats.
Is that like supposed to be a cool one-off line?
Yeah,
What was that?
Yeah, so, as the coolest party member, Snake Eyes. You swear you see a pair of spinning cubic eyes staring at you from a distance, distracting you from what you're doing. The next time 2 dice land on the same number in a single roll, both of the dice for that roll are turned into 1.
Yikes.
This includes d20 rolls and will make it a crit fail.
What? How is that?
Stinker.
All right, so we also have some balloons.
Doubles.
Love from Demon 47, Eagle Eye 12321, Grim Faded, Something Cool, White Tiger Angel, and others. Thank you so much
everyone.
for those. Appreciate it. Okay.
Tiger Angel.
So
what a
we are
name.
into the game again, and you stand there looking at this paladin. He wears no armor. He stands in his home, backlit by a really pretty impressive display of candles lining the back wall. On the side wall, there is also a fire in the fireplace lit. This room doesn't have much in it, but as he stands there with a silver sword pressed into the ground and the light glowing around in a circle, crackling with bright energy, and he looks up at you, inviting you to step forward into that zone of truth, compelled to speak the truth or try to resist. He says, if you'd like to converse with me, step into the zone of truth.
So we know what it is.
He has said it is a zone of truth.
Okay, so we can just assume that that's.
Yeah, I think you probably would be familiar, would be understanding.
She hiccuped. She hiccuped. The next time she hiccups, Meep is startled and the flare of her wings inspires you. You automatically gain super advantage, which is 3d20. Take the highest on your next.
Wow.
Nicely done. Oh, that was the one you didn't read out loud?
Yeah.
Nice.
And that was the card that I picked up, and I said, "Oh, I can't have it."
Well, you don't.
I got it.
I mean, you don't have to roll until you roll something.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, can I keep this?
Why are you rolling?
Well, I'm assuming I'm gonna have to roll against a paladin.
If you want, if you
You're
want.
gonna use your super advantage against this?
Yeah.
Attack him. Just kidding.
So he stands there with his sword and he patiently waits. Ugo is in front of him, has come out from invisibility, as have the 2 dwarves that were on either side of you. You're still wearing a helmet, which covers your face. It has tiny slits for you to see through, but is a nondescript completely covering your entire head. You stand there, and he has looked back at you. You pulled your maul out,
Right, yeah.
and he did not seem to flinch or worry that you would.
Uggo,
Yeah.
you did so well.
Well, it's not over yet.
I know that, but I just wanted to say you did so well going through the town.
It was really hard.
I know.
There's so many dwarves I wanted to smash in the face.
Well, I'm proud of you.
It's just on it. Hey, wait a minute. I'm not even in the zone yet. Okay.
I'll go steps into the zone.
I'll follow.
So,
I'll step in with him.
so Uggo, Lily, and Fahima step in, as do Homrian and Donk, obediently stepping into the zone. And Dondo Karigana eyes the two of you who haven't stepped in yet, and he says, "All right, we'll start with the three of you."
Hang on one moment before anyone. I'm so sorry. Are you going to be under the effects of your own spell?
I try to speak the truth as much as I can.
I don't take that as a good answer.
What would you like me to say?
I think I would like you to say that you be under the effects of your own spell just as we.
You step into my home. You ask to speak with me, and you provide terms.
James, Civ,
Yes.
step into the circle, please. We've come all this way.
Well,
It would be quite easy for me to call the guards.
I can tell you the effects of the spell is only to tell the truth, all right? It's not a big deal. We just talked about truth, didn't we?
I'll roll an insight check.
Sure.
Yeah.
You do have advantage from Duggan, Texas, but it was countered by Grim Fated.
Thank you, Doug and Grim Faded.
It's countered by Mel in Texas.
That's a dirty 20.
All right. You are trying to determine whether...
If he is who he says he is, and I mean, because we literally just met him. He's said
Right.
about a total of 10 words to us.
Yeah, he has not, his eyes have not left yours since he started addressing you. He is talking directly to you, right? He stands there, his spine erect, confident. Even when Uggo appeared out of nowhere in a threatening manner with a maul, he didn't move. You get a sense of him being very assured and very straightforward.
I hope you don't take my cautiousness as an offense, but
I hope you don't take mine.
no, I don't.
He's not asking much of us, James, just to tell the truth.
Just want a level playing field, that's all.
Come on.
Okay.
Well, I'll start.
Wait, everyone in the circle. Civ?
I'll step in.
Let's start with your names.
Fine. So,
I'm Lily.
I'll go.
James Quillis.
Fahima.
I'm rolling. I got a 19.
Already?
Whoa!
I hope you fail, I hope you fail, I hope you fail.
I got a 19 on my roll.
Okay.
What?
Plus whatever.
You guys aren't aware of that.
Right.
Well, actually,
Are you gonna use cards on me now?
well, actually, you got a 6.
all.
Actually, you got a 6.
I mean, you, Jessica can do that, but you, Fahima, wouldn't know that he did that.
No.
So,
I mean, you, Jessica, the player, if you want to use that card, you can use that card, but Fahima would not be aware
Don't meta.
that anything happened.
Yeah, don't meta.
All you,
so it would be metagaming if I changed his role?
I mean, it would be, yeah, at the very definition of meta.
Okay, you got out of this one.
But it is well within your rights to use that card to play the game we are playing, but Fahima would not be aware that that happened. If you, Jessica, want Jared to play it a different way, it's well within your rights to do that.
Yeah, that's what I want, but I won't play it. I do want you to fail and to tell the truth. I won't play it. It's
I don't think this is gonna go well for me, considering I haven't even got past the first question.
Which is literally just.
It's the first line of an application. It's not gonna be a
Date
good
of
day.
birth?
You should have just been like first name.
The dwarves,
spell
the
DC
dwarves
could
went
be
up.
25,
He says, Hammer and Piff. Dankwell Fjorgensen Finner the Fourth.
Impressive.
So Civ just didn't answer?
I just say Civ, but then I just stare at him to see how he reacts.
He looks at you with a gleam in his eye. Thank you for your honesty. Now, why have you
What
come?
is your name?
I'm Dondu Karigana. I believe you asked for me when the door opened.
Yes,
Yeah,
we
but-
did.
You could be. There's magics around that could. You could be someone else. So I'm just trying to be certain. We've been dealing.
I find
with
it
some-
strange that you come to my abode and you ask me these questions. I feel the onus is on you.
We've just been through a lot.
I don't know what that word means.
It's our responsibility.
the weight.
Did you just smell your hand?
No, I just said a thing and I didn't mean to say it.
Next question. Whom do you serve?
My family.
Myself?
Ein.
Ein.
I don't serve anyone.
I feel like I should have said Ein.
Fine.
Why have you come to see me here?
We were told to come find you.
By whom?
Ermil Fesh.
I didn't believe you existed.
The scholar of Nightstone Abbey.
Correct.
Why?
We are on a quest to free the wardens. Perhaps you've heard of the
Yes.
Ashen Mage.
We are
Yes.
fighting very powerful forces that we don't quite know what to do. And we were told perhaps you did.
Together and some of us individually.
Yes.
And how can I help you find the wardens?
I'm afraid we don't really know. But we were told you might be able to point us in the right direction.
Our enemy seems to be an ashen mage known as Calcutta Theed, and we believe her to be inside Sky Scorcher Peak.
Sky Scorcher.
Yes.
Correct, and we also believe there is a warden that she has imprisoned in it. We have already freed 2 wardens from her clutches. The Storm Warden and the Inferno Warden.
And both of those were with help from the Natural Order.
You've been in contact with the wardens.
Yeah, I mean, contact is an odd word,
If
but yes.
freeing them means contact, yes.
And they
It's
didn't really
like-
speak to us, they barely acknowledged us. But
Well,
Like
they
contact.
sent us visions.
they did,
One of them blinked at me when I asked it to.
yes.
That was nice.
And then they promptly disappeared, both of them, actually. Or we believe one of them. One of them disappeared.
The other one
We
is
don't know what
quite
happened to the Storm
unconscious.
Warden.
Do you intend to bring violence to the dwarves?
No.
No.
Not if I can help it.
Do you harbor hate for the dwarves?
Absolutely.
No.
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 You're an orc.
Yes.
You fought with the orcs.
Yes. Not recently, but
You've spilled dwarven blood.
yes. I have also spilled orc blood.
And a
You
lot of his
intend to
own
spill
blood.
dwarven blood again.
Not if I can help it. Not if they don't force me.
Some of you say you serve Ein. What are your intentions? What are your goals? You come to me for aid. I want to know whom I would help.
The Ashen Mage is doing terrible things. She will bring terror upon Ein. We believe that we are one of the only people who can stand against her.
Last question. Do you trust one another?
Yes?
No.
With certain things.
With certain things.
I would say no.
Civ?
I'm trying to, yes.
Guess I'm on a different page than everyone else.
pulls the sword out of the ground and the circle recedes. He sets it aside. You ask me to trust you, yet you do not trust one another.
We've only known each other a short time, but we have been brought together very closely in that time.
Some of us are trying to change, and it's not easy.
Ours is a partnership of accident.
Just because you don't trust someone to not tell you about certain aspects of their life doesn't mean you wouldn't trust them with your life.
Agreed.
Yes.
Not hurt one another.
Ask me the question if I trust them with my life.
Right.
Yes.
But I know that everyone has their secrets that they're not quite ready to share yet.
Yes.
I do not know if I see the distinction, but I'll grant you that you do. He sits. If the scholar of Nightstone Abbey sent you, then I choose to trust you.
Thank you.
And you've seen the wardens. And you tell me there is a warden in Sky Scorcher.
We believe so.
Good reason to believe.
So you need access
Yes.
to Sky Scorcher Peak.
We also have information about Calcutta Theed, which we think could be of help. It's very possible she may be one of the reasons that the orcs are attacking Dalto Thum. They seem to be being manipulated.
They're working together, which is very rare.
Ukdun and Thorn have come together. Doesn't that seem odd to you?
It does.
Yeah.
We've long thought that this would never happen.
We were told that you were against this war.
I am.
Why?
It is a waste of lives and resources we could share.
I don't think that. I don't think that's an accident. I think someone as powerful as her could be conniving to distract and weaken others, those who might stop her.
Yes.
And what better way to weaken the dwarves than get them into another war?
We are aligned in our thinking in this way. Something I have been trying to convince the king. But it has fallen on deaf ears. He is convinced that war is the only answer. Blinded by pride and ego.
I'm not saying that if we stop Calcutta Theed, the orcs will stop. We don't know that for certain.
They will not.
They might start fighting with each other again now,
That is correct.
which would be enough to perhaps turn the tide and you could push them out of your land.
Yes. As I'm sure you already have discerned, the only way into the heart of Sky Scorcher is through our mountain. But things are more complicated than that. You'll have to go through the dwarven fortress of the four former forges. And the only way into that is by the grace of Ruser Forbrand.
The king.
That's right. Even then, I don't know if you'll be able to grant access, but we'll need an audience with the king. And the fact that you're an orc certainly won't help our case and our cause.
Well, we can make him disappear like we did when we came in through the gates.
Would that be best, or would it be best to approach honestly, head on?
I can give you information about Thorn orcs.
I have one stipulation. I have made an oath to the goddess of truth. If I'm going to help you, I require honesty, truth. No more deception, no more lies. We will hide you as needs be. I don't want to start a panic among the good citizens of Dalto Thum. But when we approach the king, honesty, truth. We win our cause, or we don't. But we don't lie. Is that understood? All right, then I'll help you. Bruiser Forbrand is a reasonable man,
It's good to hear.
but he is under enormous pressures. Cocoon, you feel that, as you note. We are under constant bombardment. I believe I can get an audience with the king for all of us. It will be up to you to convince him of your cause.
Will it just be the king?
And his attendants.
In the sake of honesty, I think you might have gathered this, but we weren't exactly fully forthright with Nort to get into the city.
Nort Gaboon.
Yes.
Yes.
I may have said that you told me that he was held great promise as a child.
Well, not far from the truth.
Yes. And I may have disguised myself as a grandmother, and that we were refugees.
A clever ruse, but one we will abandon from now on. I will not involve Nort unless we must.
Isn't he going to get in trouble? Surely the king will put 2 and 2 together and realize that we got past him one way or another.
Let me worry about Gaboon. He is well trusted with the king.
Hopefully, once we've proven ourselves at least interesting to the king, it won't matter.
What's going to happen if the king decides that he doesn't believe us, or doesn't like us, or just thinks that we're on a fool's errand?
Well, I'll do everything in my power for you not to be put to death.
What are these for?
To death?
Well, that's nice of you.
Why would we be put to death?
As a threat to the Cragborn clan, the common practice would be to execute the lot of you. But as I said, I will do everything in my power to prevent that from happening.
Thank you. What are these full former forges you spoke of?
In the days before the Great War of Ideas, the 4 former forges worked non-stop 24 hours a day, or so the idle elders tell us. Some of them have vague memories of that time working at the forges. These were incredible feats of engineering from the Ariat Age. No dwarf has set foot in there in hundreds of years.
Why?
It is said it is sealed. I believe only the great kings know the way in.
Do the dwarves that came from before harbor as much hatred for orcs as the rest of you?
No. They see the dwarven, the orcish war has only started in the last few decades. Before that, trade and resources were bountiful for all.
That is not what we are told.
Explain yourself.
We are told that you are prideful, egotistical warmongers.
By we, you mean the orcs?
Yeah. No. Yes. Orcs tell that to other orcs.
Yes.
Dwarves tell other dwarves that you are prideful warmongers.
We are. But because we believe that you are. At least that is how I understood as I grew older. We have not had strong leaders in a very long time. Much chaos, pain, violence, and blood, even amongst family members. It is shameful. And all I have ever known of your kind has been a lie to me. And I have wished many evils upon your kind. And when I first heard that you were under this circumstances, part of me celebrated. Duncan, Humry and I have not known them very long, and even suggested that I have eaten dwarven children.
We thought he did. It turns out he eats just like us.
Well, sometimes different.
So you hardly need a truth spell to know that.
But as I found myself as we were walking here, afraid. And usually when I am afraid, I get angry, as you well know. I found myself finding comfort in that they were there with me, as fearful as I was. This is very hard for me. I have grown up believing these things, and I thought I was right and righteous. You asked what I need. I need to learn how to control this hatred that I have and this anger. When I appeared to you, ready to fight, you did not flinch. I have never seen that before.
That is because I have faith.
Mama, I was raised by a human for a while. She said the same thing. That her faith keeps her from fear, protects her.
It is not faith in the gods. It is faith in the truth.
For her, it was faith in what she could prove.
Which is a form of truth.
Yes.
The truth will set you free ago.
She said the same thing.
I once was a angry young dwarf too, like Dunkel. I'm not quite so angry anymore. But through devotion, through surrendering myself to the truth, and focusing on divine purpose, committing myself, committing everything I had, and taking an oath. An oath. To the Candle Queen.
Are you not afraid that one day you may have to break that oath?
Every day. But my oath is an oath of redemption. I believe in peace, in preventing war and fight, in turning against the rage, and finding what can be saved in every person, regardless of their skin color or history.
There is so much evil, though. People wish pain upon others. How do you not get angry at that? How do you not want to annihilate it when you can?
It is not easy. It is a struggle every day. And that is what the oath is. The oath is not a one-moment act. An oath is a commitment, a practice every day to continue to strive to be better, to find redemption in the world.
Even if you stand alone.
Especially if you stand alone. I will stand in front of Rooser Forbrand, and I will ask him to choose peace every day of my remaining years.
Even if it meant your own death.
Yes.
You are honorable.
I am a servant.
But
a servant of truth.
But you are dwarf. And that is what is new to me.
Well, I wish I could say it was new for me to meet an orc who had such heart, but it is not. I find the orcs are a very compassionate people if given the chance.
They are human. Orcs.
They are orcish.
No. Orcs and humans come from same ancestor. Mama tell me.
You are wise. I am glad I have decided to help you.
Us too.
Indeed.
Now, I would like to feed your bellies. I put on a stew. Have any of you tried mountain stews? You haven't lived until you've tried a mountain stew. We used to be famous for it in Dalto Thum. You wouldn't be able to walk through the concourse without smelling 14, 15 varieties of mountain stew. Not so much anymore. The war has created different demands. But I'd love for you to try my mountain stew.
Mountain Stew Code Red is my favorite. I'm so sorry. As soon as he said it, I heard it. I was like, nope, stop weird.
Morgan is in the doghouse. In the doghouse.
Stew.
I'll just go into the table. I'll see you all.
Extreme.
Do the stew.
Is that the spicy one?
Man.
Oh, man.
All right, on that note, the candles are lit, so I'm gonna do that.
Ooh, in honor of the
Nice.
candle queen.
I love candles.
There's a 3. You don't deserve it. You don't deserve it.
I earned it fair and square.
The
Hilarious.
dice betray me.
It happened. I heard about this one on the Discord. Kaiba
Fema.
Super Smoker. Viewer submitted. Watchers fear for the party's safety due to their inexperience in meat preservation. The Watchers present Kaibuk's Super Smoker. This upgrade smokes, salts, preserves, and vacuum packs meat. For only 500 gold, this permanent item may be yours.
Oh.
Thank you, Kai Buck, for teaching us all how to.
Incredible.
Yes,
was
clearly I have
educational.
no idea how to preserve meat. Okay. Discord gave
It
us
was
great
mostly about
lessons.
Civ, too, isn't it?
Yeah.
So Fahima, you have a Force of Good from Don't Hate Fahima and a
Thank
Force of
you.
Evil from Sir Mix-a-Lot 1. Sir Mix-a-Lot.
What?
1.
Sir Mix-a-Lot?
One.
Number
He likes
one.
big buffs.
Sir Mix-a-Lot 1?
You cannot lie.
Jeffrey.
Just trying to give her a buff.
Good. That's good. Good.
Really? The Mountain
No,
Stew guy's gonna
Code Red, okay.
Hey, you at least got a laugh from the peanut guy. I think Morgan just got groans.
Yep. I'll take it.
This Force of Good from Don't Hate Fahima is called Just a Very Tall Green Dwarf. You may expend this card at any time to gain uncounterable advantage on, oh, I need that! On one persuasion check when you are attempting to convince an individual that Uggo is not, in fact, an orc.
Very useful in this particular situation.
Amazing!
Well timed.
Cool, and then my Force of Evil. My dinner with Squalash.
Ooh, fun.
I'd see that.
You leap into an extra-dimensional void where you are the only guest at a dinner party hosted by Squalash. Ooh, it sounds good so far.
No, it doesn't.
Despite being an awkward and horrifying host, you feel compelled to convince Squalash that you're having a good time. I would do that. Roll 5 DC 15 persuasion checks. Each
Wow.
failure stacks a -1 on your next charisma check. Are you kidding me? All right.
5 DC 15 charisma.
Persuasion
Persuasion
checks,
checks.
which I have a +1 to persuasion. Okay.
Want to roll those in the box?
Yes.
Roll in the box.
Roll in the box.
Roll in the box.
Roll in the box. We're done.
So she has a +1.
All right. +1 to these. All right. All right. Bummer.
Oh, so close.
Wait, DC 15, is it meets it, beats
Meets or
it?
beats.
Meets or beats? I have to
Meet or
go
beat.
16?
15 or
15
higher.
All right, I'm gonna use this other one from Don't Hate Fahima to add a +3 to any charisma.
Nicely.
All right, well, I'm gonna use this one that I got last episode called Troll in the Box. It says the next time a player rolls in the box, they discover that a troll has taken up residency there and they suffer a -3 to the roll.
Are you done? That's my Force of Good?
Troll in the box.
I would also like to point out it was his idea you roll in the box. Just say it.
Played. You got
Roll
played.
in the
All right, you got like a bunch more to roll though, right?
Yeah.
4 more. Jerk.
Nope.
2 failures. Hey!
One.
Goes to him.
Dinner's looking up.
Okay,
You failed 2, got
only
3.
Oh.
-2 on my next.
Wow.
Where'd that Force of Good go that I threw?
I threw it
threw
over
it.
here.
Okay, thanks.
Okay,
Spent now, because
Okay.
Jeff ruined it.
Jeff, loving blessing.
Oh.
One
All
out
right,
of
so Uggo has 2 and James has 2.
Thank you.
Uggo, James, yours are from Tyrus Stormblade
Thank
and
you.
Marcia
Potamus.
Potamus, Marshapotamus.
Thank you, Marshapotamus and Pytyrus. That's
And
very
yours are
nice
from
of you.
Uncle CW and KR Forget 93.
Let's see. First one, contracted bonus. Viewer submitted. You're confident in your team's abilities, so you happily take a low-paying contract with a big performance bonus. You receive 10 gold base pay plus 20 gold for every natural 20 rolled by any player before the end of the episode. Lose 5 gold for every nat 1. That's pretty good, I like it. Digits Widget, viewer submitted. Conjure a pair of magical mithril knuckles to equip on Digit for 1 round. Digit can make a single punch attack for a bonus action. Damage is magical and deals 1d10 bludgeoning.
Nice.
I like it.
As a bonus action, too.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Sweet.
I got the cat lady from Uncle CW. On a failed persuasion roll, a little old cat lady walks by, distracting Jeff, allowing you to re-roll your roll. And then from KR Forget 93, Dire Straits. Think you're a sultan of swing? That you should get money for nothing?
Wow.
Fine. The next to hit roll you fail, re-roll it. If you succeed, you find 20 gold in your back pocket.
Yay.
Wow.
Also, if Fahima looks puzzled or doesn't get the reference, someone must sing I Want My MTV to her.
Did you get the reference? The Dire Straits reference?
Oh, I didn't even know that was a reference.
Yeah.
I want my MTV.
Oh, I know that. I know that.
Also, I don't
What does that
know
do with Dire Straits?
The name of the band is Dire Straits.
Oh.
That sings that.
Yes.
Money for nothing and your
Sultan of Swing.
Sultan of Swing.
To be fair to Fahima, I got 0 of those references.
Whatever.
Okay.
Those are always bittersweet for me when we get it and they don't. It's always a bittersweet
Can
thing.
I be like,
What part's the sweet part? This is all bitter for me.
Straight bitter.
I got
Gen
a
X?
Force of Good from Malcolm S3X.
Nice.
This is Survival of the Fittest. A viewer submitted DM Force of Good. Can be used during combat. The DM-controlled creature with the highest amount of HP deals double damage on its next attack or spell.
Ouch. That
Okay.
could be bad.
Could be.
We also have balloons from Confusing Wookiee, the Wookiee King. There's a lot of Wookiee action in there.
Many Wookiees.
Manathiel, TK421,
Why aren't you at your post?
Change Box, and many others. Thank you for those balloons. We appreciate them. So, Dondo serves you up heaping bowls of this
Mountain stew.
odoriferous. It is just. It
Words,
fills
good
your
words.
nostrils with a lovely aroma of spices and just sort of a thickness in the air. It really does taste spectacular to those of you who choose to eat it. It certainly smells wonderful. It fills the room with aroma. And Homrian and Doc just dig in like crazy.
So does Ugo.
This is something, this is something that they have not had since they ran away from home, basically. But this is the taste of home, and they're just, stuffing their faces with this beautiful, chunky, thick. It's not got a lot of vegetables or produce in it. This is a people that live under the mountain now and are kind of cut off from trade. So there's a lot of, it's just sort of a thick soup.
Gravy?
Yeah, more of a gravy.
Rocks and
Exactly what it
dirt.
is. Yeah, it's got it's got grains in it, and it's got lots of spices and probably some moss and fungus. Not that you would pick that out, but
Right.
it tastes fantastic.
Well, Ugo's going to say, Lily, you should really get this recipe. It's so good. Oh,
I would
God.
love to. I bet we'd love to make some bingle occasionally to mix it up.
Yes, I would be happy to give you the recipe if I had it written down, but it's all from instinct, really. My own mother. Family recipe,
Well, maybe when this is all over, you can come to bingle and be a guest chef.
I've never been to Bingle.
It's pretty nice.
I hear it's safe again.
Yes.
Is there anyone not eating the stew?
I'm
eating.
Really,
we're all
barely
eating.
picking it
I'm
up.
eating it.
I'll just hand it.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
You're not eating?
No.
So as you guys are kind of, the dwarves are sitting there, you guys are all eating your stew. A untouched bowl sits in front of Civ, and as you guys are kind of having it's a fairly upbeat moment of just kind of enjoying hospitality. And
Can I ask him a question? While...
yeah, he was gonna actually just turn to you while everybody's kind of not really paying attention to us and say, I want to know I can trust you.
I don't know how to prove that.
You had your opportunity and you chose not to.
Do you know a priest named Chalmers?
I do. Winkberg.
Right. He was wearing the same, or he had that
Yes.
in a box.
There aren't a lot of us, but our devotion is devout. We, intense, probably a better word. I understand he is the shepherd of a church that is for another god.
Yes, commerce.
Right, the wayfarer.
Right.
I'm sure he is a fair and decent man.
He's very decent. That's putting it mildly.
He believes in truth.
He does, but I didn't know that at the time when I was speaking with him. And he probably saw right through me, which is amusing to think back. I can tell you whatever it is that you want to know.
It wasn't about the knowledge. It was to understand your dynamic with one another, and I got what I wanted.
All right. If you got what you wanted, then what's the point of talking to me then?
Fair enough.
If you don't mind my asking, how is it that you came to know him, Elfesh?
We go back a long ways. Harmal is a very wise man, devoted to his study. And we have both been obsessed with finding out the truth. He in his own way, through scholarship, and me in mine, through introspection and politic. But the goals remain the same. I have maintained a fairly friendly relationship with the natural order. I think our goals are aligned.
That's good to hear. Do you know Torvald, the Timid?
I do.
Do you know a man by the name of Conroy Tige? Just by chance.
Conroy Tige.
While we're throwing names out there.
He, the Beastmaster.
Yes!
Yes.
You know him! Have you, was he here?
Oh, not in many, many years.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I know of Conrad Tige. How is he?
Missing. Thanks for asking.
He is an honorable man.
How did you make your acquaintance with him?
That is a tale for another time.
Sure it is.
A long story indeed. It involves creatures large and quite scary.
I love those kinds of tales.
Perhaps.
Makes sense now.
So what?
That's my dad. I thought I should mention that. That's my dad. I'm Fahima Tige. His daughter. Not that he would have mentioned. I mean, maybe he would mention me. I don't know. Maybe it was before I
I'm
existed.
sure it was long before you were born,
Okay.
dear.
Right. You're very old then.
Well, I'm a
a
dwarf.
Right.
I'm young for a dwarf.
I'm just young. Sorry.
Well, perhaps we should think about the next step.
Yes, it's evening right now. Mm-hmm. So what, you suggesting we approach the king tomorrow?
I think that's wise. I can get word to his court that I require an audience, and then we'll make our way there. But you should be prepared and do what you'll need to do tonight. I can guide you to a place of commerce if you need to purchase anything. You're welcome to stay here, although the accommodations are not suited for this quite so many.
And he looks over, and Hamreen and Dunk are already asleep on the corner.
Is there anything we need to have prepared when we meet the king in the morning?
Should we be dressed in nicer clothes, perhaps?
That can't hurt. He does enjoy
deference, but he is not a cruel man. And the biggest obstacle, of course, will be your orc. But I will speak in your behalf. And I am trusted to the king and his court. But I suggest we come up with a plan.
It's the only way out of Dalto Thum, besides those gates that we came in, is through the four former forges.
The path that leads to the heart of Sky Scorcher.
Which you said no one has entered?
No one goes there anymore, no.
But we're thinking the Ashen Mage must have gone through there, right? If there's no alternative way?
The only thing that I can possibly fathom is that somehow this powerful mage has found a way into the heart of Sky Scorcher.
What if she could fly?
So from the top down, she might have gone in.
Sounds insane.
The heat of the volcano would destroy any normal creature.
She was able to enslave a kraken to pin down a warden.
At the bottom of the ocean.
I mean, do you really think that it's beyond her power to venture through a volcano? I mean, it seems like child's play if you are able to...
Indeed.
It's a good point.
Do you know the name Yan Mo?
Versus water?
Yan Mo.
Dragonborn.
Or Vargan?
No.
Do you have any powerful mages of your own? Dwarves?
The dwarves do experiment in magic, but I would not consider us the most powerful of the magical races.
I'm just thinking if there's anyone who could be of aid to us.
You're welcome to go into the Silver Vein and see if you can speak to any mages there.
Silver Vein. Might that be where I could maybe copy down a few spells, scrolls, or the
You
like?
can try. Again, we are locked down for war, so things are more scarce than you would normally find in Dalto under the best circumstances.
So he's gonna explain to you the situation of Dalto Thum, which I'll just kind of summarize quickly to give you a layout of what this city is like. And Henry and Donk pitch in as well. Over the next couple of hours, they sit down and kind of explain to you how Dalto Thum works. Dalto Thum in Dwarvish literally translates to under the smoke. It is a city that you walk through the concourse, which is the main sort of marketplace area, that wide, ramping entryway that is just, usually it was, during its heyday, was full of carts and wagons coming and going. Also full is where you would find most of the marketplaces and inns, taverns. It really is the city center and the place where tourism happened, such as it was. It's not exactly a tourist location, but there were so many traders and merchants and travelers moving through that it really was that place. It was the front of the city, the front of the mountain, and people would come and go freely, and there was food, and there was lodging and all that stuff. Deeper into the mountain, there are several different individual areas that have sort of been segregated off, not segregated, but it is the types of ore that are mined. It's all labyrinthine and interconnected, and you'll find bits of silver in other areas and bits of iron in other areas, but because there were concentrations of one particular ore, there tended to be specialization that built up around those areas, and it sort of became the basis for the entire city structure. So there are three main sections of the city: the iron vein, the silver vein, and the gold vein. And those are not just where they would get most of those ore. You can find ore in all three of them, of all three types, and other types as well. But because those specializations happened, it sort of became sections of the city that were built around, just drew people who had certain skill sets and specializations. So you'll find the iron vein is really the heart of the city, where the king and the royalty is seated, but it's also a ton of weapon making and smelting, and really where ore is put together and built into things. It is in the most as of now, with war looming, is the one that is just churning and has the most activity. And the silver vein is really where magic users and artisans are mostly, the filigree they call it, where they create, spin silver, they create wonderful chains and bracelets and things like that. There's magic experimentation such as it is, although it is not nearly the magic city that Turles was, for example, and it's, before the moratorium. There's still, experimentation that happens there. And then the gold vein is where the police force is seated, and it's really about counters and coiners. So much of the coin of the realm, of all the realms of Ain, would be generated there. And since the war has closed off so much of the city, there has been no place to get the gold out to. The trade route through Winkberg has broken, and so much of the city is in lockdown that it's hard to even get gold out at this point. And so the dwarves have decided that what they're going to do to prevent thievery, even among dwarves, there's kind of thievery of gold, and because they know that it's valuable out in the realms, that to prevent thievery of small amounts of gold here and there, they've been casting it into larger and larger and larger statues and things. And so the gold vein is just full of these massive statues of gold that are sort of immovable and just awkward enough to have to stay around. And so there's just gold everywhere in the gold vein. So that's really the layout of Dalto Thum. Again, it's a sprawling, sort of spider-like, carved into the heart of this mountain. And then deeper down in an older area is the entrance to the fortress of the four former forges, which is really the oldest area of Dalto Thum. There's rumor that it connects to Vimdur. There's rumor, and that is really the area that leads to the heart of Sky Scorcher. And in the R8 age, it is said that the greatest, most wondrous items were created in that heart on those four forges. They were running all the time, creating the wonders of the world.
So what's down that way now?
Well, no one knows. And that's exactly what Dondo is communicating to you guys, is that in order to approach it, you need the blessing of the king.
Why? Because it's guarded.
It is guarded, and it is a precious national resource to these people.
Why
it is
would the king shut off access? Why would the king shut off access to these forges?
I do not know the answer to that.
How long have they been doing that?
It has been hundreds of years. And perhaps even the forebearers closed it. But only the kings have been gifted with that secret. It has been carried down from king to king.
Jeff, while those hours are going by and they were telling us about what's going on, Argo's going to attempt to put a fruitcake in Fahima's bag.
Okay.
So Fahima gets a perception check against my dexterity.
All right. Argo, you have advantage from the Carson, but it was countered by Eagle Eye 1233221.
Of course it was.
And Fahima, you have advantage from Armando 89, but it was countered by Dreamblaze.
I'm never rolling an advantage ever
Nope.
again.
You definitely are not.
It's gonna be fine.
Roll big boy. Okay, perception.
Yeah.
Although you do get to brag that all of your rolls are straight rolls. You don't get,
That's true.
and you got some pride there.
That's true. Roll it.
Oh, you know what?
It's just a fruitcake.
Just take the fruit.
I know. I want to roll.
Don't waste a card on it.
Oh, yeah.
8.
9.
I was like, do I need to use this? Like,
So the rest of us don't notice this with the fruitcake.
I was saying, my passive perception, I'm just watching Ugo do it.
Ugo does it with his foot.
Gets away with it.
Beep is like kicking at it and then spitting it out.
Oh, that's funny.
Yay!
All right, so rather than RP out all that info, I just downloaded the entire layout of Dalto to you. But that happens over the course of, several hours of discussions. And Hamrin and Donk are fast asleep, and you guys have some time, but also the decision as to where you're going to.
Is there an area inside of Dalto Thum where there are non-dwarves living, dwelling?
Sure, there are non-dwarves throughout Dalto Thum, just not that many. We are...
So it's rare for there to be outsiders.
Are we bound to attract attention of five of us walking around?
I'm sure you've already attracted attention.
Probably, yes.
But yes, there are outsiders here and there. It's just not common. And those that are here are known.
Is that, I mean, so like the next time the cannon goes off and we hear it,
Yeah.
is there a feeling that the dwarven or the orcish armies are approaching? Is there a timetable? Is there what sort of, I mean, when are they expected to arrive?
That is under much dispute and frenzied argument among the court. We've dispatched our armies and we've engaged in several skirmishes before and currently, but I'm not eager for full-blown war to break out. But this cannon is a step too far. The king readies for an assault. He knows it must stop. The mountain is sturdy, has stood for thousands of years. But who knows? The size and scale of this cannon seems like something we've not dealt with before.
I'll go, yes, that. I mean, I'm sure that you don't know this specifically, but you seemed, you know, the fact that orcs were making cannons seemed strange to you as well.
This big and this powerful, yeah.
It's as if they've had a jump up in technology that maybe came from someone or somewhere else.
Was angry. Go outside of orcs to find new technology.
Huh.
I do not know who.
Maybe the same person who's bringing Thorn and Ukdun together.
It was very odd. Orcs have always been prideful of own ability to bring war and to kill. And they always talk about purity and keeping things within orc lands. And now all of a sudden, they get technology from outside of orc lands, yet still, when I was there, we're still only orc, only orc. It's disconcerting. Word Mama taught me.
Going to ask.
It's a good one.
Is there another way
Another way.
to Sky Scorcher besides through this forge area?
From the top, I suppose. But through Dalto is the only way I know of.
I can't make that many of us fly, unfortunately.
Well, it's a matter of getting through the lava as well.
Right.
How deep and how far does this forge area go? In other words, let's say the king grants us access and we decide to go through. How long is it going to take us to get from here to Sky Scorcher, going through the mountain?
I suppose it will take quite a while, but I don't know for sure. I've never made the journey. None of us have. I've never met anyone who's been inside.
So we'll be the first in hundreds of years.
Yes, that's quite right. Although perhaps some of the idle elders have. None of them seem to remember. Only patches here and there. I suggest we get some rest. Tomorrow morning, we go to the king.
Is there any sort of gift or something that we could present to the king to garner his favor?
That's a good question. He has more gems and jewels and precious metals than he could have in 50 dwarven lifetimes.
What about this? And I'm going to reach into the bag of holding and pull out one of the dark tomes that we got from Calcutta.
What is that?
No, Civ.
Don't touch it.
He throws it on the ground.
I'll snatch it up. I'm so sorry. It's dark
Where
magic.
did you get this?
That's Calcutta thieves.
I would not recommend giving that to the king. No.
I would also not recommend holding on to it for much longer.
It's been in the bag of holding. It's sort of suspended in
That is a foul book.
dimension.
Give it back to me.
I put it in the bag of holding.
No.
I take it out and hand it to
No! I try to grab it away. No!
Fahima, let him try.
Try what?
I'd like to look at it. I'll give it back to you.
You're not going to destroy it?
Maybe he should.
No?
I just want to look at it for now.
I awake in mind, we have 2 of them.
Still. I say out loud.
He opens the book.
Can you read it?
Yes.
What? He can read it.
I mean, we could
Can you
read.
read it to
We
me?
could read
To
part of
us?
it.
We found one in her tower, and the other one that we also
I mean,
have
I can read it. It doesn't make
is
a lot
from
of sense, but I can read it.
apprentice.
So
bargain.
honest all of a sudden. Spilling everything.
Burn.
Sick burn.
This is dark magic indeed, but quite advanced. It speaks of places of power. Do you know of these?
Do I? Can I roll an Arcana check? Can I roll an Arcana check?
If you want, but yes.
Well,
Yeah.
unless we would know about that.
Well, the
I mean, you
places-
have.
Yeah, we've been there.
Alabaster wood.
Where?
Yeah.
Alabaster Wood and the
Oh, I
and
thought
the
this was new.
debrief.
Sorry.
No. Yeah, we've been able to read it. It just starts
Yeah.
to not make sense at a certain point.
Correct.
Yeah.
So,
My mind
what's
went
the
to
answer?
Witcher.
What happened?
No, never mind.
No, my mind went to Witcher, and I was imagining a stone with a thing in it, with it was like radiating power. And I was like,
No,
ooh,
no,
what's
we're
that?
in this game.
Place a tower. Can I like stand really close to it and power up?
What are you doing?
Just crouching on the floor, waiting for something to happen.
We've also run into a dragon,
Gold.
Yes, right. The dragon.
and it tracked us until we gave it back the scale that we also took from.
A golden
Kelp,
dragon,
was
not far from Dalto Thum.
Should have kept that one.
This is a lot to take in.
No kidding.
Looks like you should have kept the zone of truth.
You're telling us.
Welcome to the family.
He hands it back to you.
I'll take it.
Do not share this with the king. I advise truth, but omission is something that is prudent from
Understood.
every now and again.
Leave out.
I'm gonna walk over to James, and if we have to go outside, I'll pull him outside if there isn't like a quiet corner in the room.
No, it's not.
Lie.
James,
Yes.
I don't think it's a good idea for me to go with all of you to see this king. I think it'd be best if I stayed behind and perhaps gathered some intel or did something of use. But me going is, well, it's foolish.
I can understand your trepidation. Do you think this king would have any reason to care about what you are and are not being honest about?
I would hope not, but if he's half as good as Dondo is, then he's going to see through me. And I don't want to endanger the rest of you. I just think it's
Listen,
needless.
I'm not here to judge, certainly, but I could also state that including you after the fact. Oh, and this is our other friend, Civ. He's going to come with us. That might not go well.
But me being there and him asking me a question of which I'm not comfortable telling him the truth is going to make our paladin friend upset. And since he can see through me, I think it's best if I just stay behind. I can always just hide and follow you all through the forge. You know I'm good at it.
I'm really not the person to be making this decision.
I'm telling you because, no offense, but your opinion of me is probably the lowest out of everyone.
I'm sorry you think that. Honestly. I don't judge you for your secrets, Civ.
You should. You did once.
I've got secrets of my own, so who am I to judge?
I couldn't even tell him my real name. Do you understand?
I think I do, and I'm trying to, honestly. But also, circumstances being what they are, priorities being what they are, why would he care?
It's really not about him at all. There's someone else I care more about than him.
Obviously.
And I've been lying to her. And if she finds out, I don't think she's going to see me the same way anymore.
We can try. But we can't go down there without you. And so, if this puts that at risk,
I don't know what to tell you. I really don't.
your life is your own. And to clarify, I never judged you for your secrets. I simply, your actions, I just simply meant to tell you that I disagreed with your actions, and no matter what reason they were, you know, you and I might come to conflict.
Well, I'm telling you now. You wanted to know the truth, I'm telling you now.
I can't condone it, but I understand, I do. I sympathize, having recently been freed of some secrets.
You feeling guilty about accidentally killing someone is, very understandable. I wouldn't want to tell other people about it. Makes perfect sense. And I think deep down, everyone can tell that you're a good person, so they're willing to accept it. Or am I wrong?
You're not wrong. At least I hope not. I try. I try to tell myself that I'm a good person. And I think you'll find this group a very forgiving one. Now.
Well, that's why I told you about Vic. That was my first step. I just wasn't expecting to come across a Paladin who was, as tricky as I am.
Huh.
Even though we were coming here to speak to a Paladin.
Right. So what are you suggesting? Are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting that you go.
I know,
You all go.
And you will just be somewhere behind us in the shadows. And I'll have to trust.
I will make my way down to the forges. I will wait for you there. At least this way.
What am I supposed to tell them? Tell us, tell the four of us.
I don't know.
Genuinely, I don't.
You're smart. I'm sure you'll figure something out.
You're asking me to lie for you.
It's your choice. You don't have to do anything.
I know. I do respect you. This makes me very sad. It makes me sad for myself as well, actually. Hell. Fine.
Do you know where we're going to stay tonight? Are we staying here, or should I find some place for us to stay somewhere else?
I think Uggo needs to stay here. I think the least we have him walking around the streets in that helmet, the better.
I'm not worried about sneaking around Dalto Thum. I can try and find us something and come back and get all of you.
In fact, the more practice you have sneaking around, perhaps the better, given the circumstances. Yes, fine. Do that, please.
And I immediately turn a corner and disappear.
Okay.
And then I take a long breath and go back inside.
All right. You're attempting to find...
I'm gonna try to find, I know that there's gotta be either a cave or a building or some place that is being overlooked or abandoned while all of this war stuff is going on. And I'm used to squatting, so my immediate thought process is find a place that everyone else is ignoring. And if there's like a slums area of Dalto Thum, that's where I would go.
Do a survival check.
Sure.
You have advantage from Angel Devilson, but it was countered by Kaibuk. Boiling.
Countered.
Yikes.
Well, actually, it's a 16.
Yay!
Yay!
Wow, you were gonna use that card for such a mean thing earlier. And use it for
Yay!
Oh, I still got a 6. Wait.
All right, so you managed to find, you know, there has been such an upheaval, especially in this area of the city. Dondo does not live in a nice area of Dalto Thum.
Perfect.
Certainly in this area, there has been such an upheaval with the preparations for war. So much activity, so much relocation, stocks of weapons, of halberds and swords and shields and helms stuck into places. It's overflowing as they're preparing, and they just keep going back to the anvil and making more of them. They're kind of churning them out, mass producing these articles of war, terrible quality, but just throwing them into storerooms and bits of cave that are part of Dalto Thum. And so you're able to find one of these kinds of areas that is just chock-a-block with, spears leaning against the wall, and you just kind of poor quality stuff. But you find you can bust your way into one and you see that it's completely empty, where you could curl up and go to sleep, or even a group of people could.
Okay. What time of day? I know we're inside, but what time of day approximately is it?
We're into night now, yeah.
Okay, and do I still hear them working into the night?
Yeah, I mean, as you've walked down through the city, you see that this is a 24/7 operation right now. We are in full, Rosie the Riveter type. Everybody pitching in, trying to get ready, so that it's a bustling city no matter the time. Torches lit. People moving, sweating.
Do I notice if there's patrols inside?
There are definitely patrols if you get all the way to the concourse, but not in this area of the city.
Okay.
It is such a funnel of how you get in that the deeper you go, the less worry they have that you've managed to get past this far. So there's not too many patrols, not too many people. I mean, there are troops that seem to be moving here and there, but they don't seem to be an active patrol. It's more like they're moving and doing things. They're tasked with activity, preparations, getting things, telling people that we need 20 more of these, that kind of stuff.
Okay, so A, to give them some time, but B, also because I think Civ would do this, is I'm gonna try to time the patrols, figure out, when they're going through, how many there are, if I hear like a bell or a horn or whatever that's causing them to switch out and change rounds. I'm gonna start to time that in my head, and I'll even write it out on a piece of paper.
Yeah.
And then once I feel like I got it, then I'll sneak back to Dondo's.
Okay. So this takes a period of time. It is a long, very, very precise process that you've done before. This is something that takes time, and you're careful. You don't rush it. And you guys have all sort of settled in. Dondo has been a gracious host and provided blankets, and kind of, you guys are settling in for the evening when Civ returns.
Well, I'm assuming that James is gonna talk to them before I get back.
Okay.
I'll go.
Yeah.
Are you still wearing that helmet?
How'd you eat with that thing on?
It's got a slit.
Oh, yeah, it's all over. You've got mountain stew all over you.
A lot of it went in my mouth, though.
Okay, good.
Honestly, of all the food to eat, soup was the best option.
Yeah.
Can we check on the Ajiri if we're going to be staying
Oh,
here?
yes, good call. And I'll pull out my spyglass. And
Oh, yeah, and I'll pull out the skull.
They
How are they looking?
Yeah, you see and hear the sounds of a Chirai settling down for their own evening of rest.
What sounds do they make?
See, there's Pancake, and there's Left Landana, and there's yes. Yes, that's
I look safe as well.
Yes, yeah, they look fine. They look
The
fine.
skull is gone.
Yeah.
We were talking about it was already.
Yeah, it was already
We can still keep an
Oh,
eye
the
on
skull's
them.
gone?
Yeah, but you guys are confident that they're doing okay.
Okay.
They seem to have eaten through much of the supplies you've
If
left. But
I turned to Dondo, if where this leads is us continuing further into the mountain, we may require your help bringing our Vardo into the city.
If the king grants you his favor, that will not be a problem.
Thank you.
Great.
Yeah, we have three
I mean, if you-
animals we care a great deal for in the woods.
If he doesn't
very
grant us
large.
his favor, then
We'll go
we'll
back
be
to them.
dead, so
Oh,
Right.
won't be a problem then either.
Well,
I
let's-
suppose that's one way to look at it.
in that case, there's a very nice Vardo in the forest that you can just have, I guess.
hear the birds.
Dark.
I was just trying to be positive. about it,
Right.
Thinking about us dying is probably a good thing.
Yeah.
all right, so James, are you going to say anything before Sid returns?
I'll take the four of us aside, I guess.
Yeah.
Is he chilling with us for the whole night? Dondo?
This is his house.
That's what I
Is it like is it like a studio apartment, or is it like going upstairs every now?
Just like in the corner, like.
This is
Airbnb situation where you're kind of like host and then
In our own bedroom.
I let you guys roll into this dude's house. You're like, are you going to tell us the truth? Are you staying here?
He could be anybody.
We're the H's of B.
H's of B.
I'll
Don't know if you've heard.
be doing the dishes from dinner.
We're kind of
Aw,
a big deal.
Yeah.
very nice.
Yeah.
Could you also help me wash this helmet?
Yeah, come
Yeah,
over here.
okay.
I'm scrubbing dishes and
Oh
I'll.
yeah, I can't take it off.
It must be therapeutic to do it the hard way.
Hey,
Sorry, the soap in
Lily.
your eyes. Close them up.
Yeah. Ow.
Lily, I'll go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm listening.
Oh gosh, there's really soup in there.
Yeah.
Civ
He's been gone for a while.
isn't going to come with us to the king tomorrow.
What?
Huh?
He's going to scout ahead, try to get a good look at the forges.
And-
Why are we hearing this from you and
No,
I am?
why are you telling us?
Is he okay?
I thought he was just taking a big poop or something.
What?
He's gone.
Rare form tonight, Jessica. Rare form.
He is awfully gone a long time sometimes.
No, I don't think he is okay, Lily.
Well, what's wrong?
I can't say. I no, and I don't mean that I can't say. I mean, I really don't know.
I think this needs to be a conversation with him. I don't think we can go to the king and get access to the Sky Scorcher Peak and then have him come with us. It's so
We
dangerous.
just established that we weren't going to hide Uggo for that exact reason. We're going to be truthful as possible,
Yeah, this seems weird.
right?
I'm not
He's
sure.
gonna sneak off on his own. That's insanity.
I think he's very afraid.
We're all quite afraid. The alternative is dying, as Lily just said.
Some people would prefer to die
Are you saying Sid would prefer to die
than
than to tell the truth?
Well, we're not angry at you, James.
No, I
it's
know.
just a confusing thing. I
I'm-
do think Dondo's going to have
Issue.
take issue with that.
I agree.
Thank you.
Yes.
I
He
take,
might not even take us,
I take issue with
right?
that.
One of our party members is just gone.
Okay,
And putting my life in danger.
I think we need to remain calm when Sid comes back and approach this.
Very easy for you to say. They do not want to kill you.
I'm saying when Civ comes back as his friends, we need to.
Is he coming
Is
back?
he coming?
Yes, he is coming back.
Tonight?
Yes. But I'm simply trying to prepare you for the fact that getting him to come to the king tomorrow is going to be very, very difficult.
Fool.
I'll go.
What?
I agree with Uggo.
It's truth.
I know, but I think something you're going to need to work on is judging people too quickly.
I am not judging
That's
him.
a
I just said
judgment.
the
Yes,
truth.
you are. You do not know the reasons behind it. And
Regardless
fool-
of reason,
I'll go.
it is foolish.
Maybe.
What? Okay, so that
But
is,
we don't.
you
But
agree.
we don't know.
I know that what he is deciding to do is foolish.
I think instead of talking down to Uggo like he's a fool, we're not able to understand, you should tell us the truth. Right? If you know that there's an alternative reason, then what is it?
I don't know. I don't know. Honestly. I know that...
You can read minds. You do it to me constantly.
No, I do not.
Yes, you do. When you want to know what I think, because you don't seem to understand what I say, you go in my head all the time. I'm okay with it. It's easier to explain that way. But when it's him, you give him all room.
Excuse me.
If I were to do this, you do not think that you would be upset?
Excuse me.
Right, same for me.
You think I read your mind?
Yes!
I don't.
Well,
because
I don't believe you.
Because I can speak. Dondo.
Well, that I can vouch for. It's not really-
Yes?
Could you cast Zone of Truth again, please?
Oh,
Need
fuck.
that.
Just, I'll step in it. That's fine.
I'll step in with you.
No, because
I don't believe I'm here to arbitrate your disagreement.
Agreed.
We are
I'm
guests
so
in this
sorry.
house.
I do need to prove a point. If it is not too much of an inconvenience.
He goes inside with his silver sword.
Thank you very much.
There's usually a lot of...
This crooked circle.
Yeah, I'll go.
Come on, he's gotta get kind of a kick out of it. This is his thing.
Clearly, you want to do this. I'll go steps in the circle.
Yes, I do. And I reach out.
Yeah.
And I, whatever the of failing my save is, whatever that looks like. Because I can speak inside your head does not mean that I can read your mind. It is true I have the power to read minds, but I have never read your mind without your permission. Ever. Do you believe me? I'm very sorry that you've thought that all this time.
It is why I've been so suspect of you.
Is there something you're not telling us about Civ? James.
He's afraid to reveal something about himself. He did not tell me what that was. It has to do with Lily. I don't think that that thing has to do with Lily. I think he's afraid specifically of Lily finding out what it is.
Great.
Lily's like the nicest person I've ever met.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Love does strange things. So I'm told.
She wasn't in the zone of truth when she said that, though.
I am
I don't
sorry.
believe it.
Oh, no, it's totally true.
Part of my distrust of you is I have never run into power such as yours. And it scares me sometimes.
It scares me too.
So get rid of it.
It's easier said than done.
I understand.
That's like you
And
getting
if
rid
I-
of your mall.
And if
More of like me getting rid of my rage.
And if I did, what would happen to the rest of you? You might be dead. I've saved your life, you've saved mine.
You're smart. You're very smart.
Smarts only get you so far.
Gets Fahima very many places.
Does.
But alone, she'd be dead now too.
Agreed.
How dare you?
I don't think it's untrue, do you?
I don't either.
I'd for sure be dead.
Right.
I would for sure be dead.
As would
I
I.
think I have a pretty good chance of being alive, actually.
Well, fool.
As you guys are finishing this conversation, Civ returns.
I found a place for us to sleep tonight. It's not far, and it's in a derelict building, so we won't have to worry about the guards that have been patrolling every hour or two finding us.
Somebody else say it before I open my mouth.
It will be me, fine. Civ, you need to come with us tomorrow. I don't know what it is you're hiding, but apparently you're hiding something from me, and I don't know what it is. I don't know how to say I'll be fine with it. I'm sure I will be, but that cannot be the reason that you don't come with us. That was my whole thing.
I'm not meeting your eyes. So
James zoned a truth to himself.
Well, that didn't last very long, did it?
what did you expect?
It's fine.
Civ.
Yes, I'll go.
I don't know what it is you're hiding. And honestly, I don't care. Well, I do care, but I don't. What I care about is that you are making a foolish decision and putting my life in danger.
He does make a
That does not sound like you. I would not do this to you.
What is it that the king could ask that so scares you?
Well, if he has the same capabilities that Dondo does, he could ask me any sort of thing. And I would feel compelled to, at the very least, bend the truth, which would put you all in grave danger. So I thought it would be easier for me to just try to sneak in rather than attempt to lie to a king.
What are you hiding that would put us in grave danger?
We're only saying this because we're concerned for your safety and our own.
I have said to you before, for me, telling me the truth has no consequence other than...
I've been lying to you since day one.
I figured.
What?
All right. So if you want to know all the dirty little truth,
All of it.
fine. Let's see, where shall I begin? All right. My name is not really Civ Red Thistle.
It's too sexy of a name. I knew that.
Fahima, please give him a moment.
I made it up because I don't actually know my real name. And where I'm from, they called me Sivrak, and I spoke like this. My people are not treated kindly throughout Ain, so I have been pretending to be someone other than who I really am. Pretending to be a swashbuckler, a hero, a brave fighter. And it is all lies.
What is the first thing that you did for me when we met?
I don't remember.
Yes, you do.
We were in a cave.
Yep. And what did you do?
You fell in the water.
And what did you do?
I climbed down and helped you out.
Did you know who I was?
No, I
Then
didn't.
I do not believe that you are not hero. You did not know me. I was an orc, an angry one. And the first thing that happened is I fell down, and you all could have left me there. And I would have never been found, and I would be dead now. I am not because of you. Why do you think I tried to tell you of things? Immediately. You showed to me that you were trustworthy. When it mattered.
Thank you for...
I grew up lying. I'm very good at it. It is like a warm blanket that I wear all the time. And it's got me through this life. Just like your big, strong muscles and your big maul.
And my anger.
Yes.
Yes.
And now you're trying to change, yes?
Yes.
All right. I am as well.
I understand.
Okay, it is not easy, is it?
No.
Fine.
You know why it's easier? Do you know why I find it easier?
No, I don't.
Because of you. Because when I show my anger, you don't dismiss me. You fight with me and make me understand that it's important.
I think you guys are both actually saying really nice things to each other in a really aggressive way.
I was thinking that as well, actually.
It makes sense. He's been in Orklands many times.
And I have killed orcs.
Yeah.
Just as I have killed dwarves.
And I have killed Tabaxian orcs.
Great.
I have killed as many things or people I could find.
Then maybe we aren't changing that much.
We are. We are trying. That is all anyone can ask of anyone. Try.
To be clear, is this all that you were afraid of the king finding out?
I hate kings. I hate
everyone that is in power. In my home city, they treat us like garbage. We are less than dirt. I've seen hundreds of people die through disease, being led into armies and wars that they don't want to be a part of.
And call it honor.
Yes.
Yeah.
Being paid little copper pieces and silver pieces.
Being told that your father is out to kill you, and that the only way to stop him is to do the same.
Yes, and where do you get, huh? What is
I got a knife in my back.
Yes. And how did that
From my family, from my brother. It led me down dark paths. But I had one. I don't even understand. My ancestors. They appeared. And that gave me hope that maybe there was something worth saving. That if ancient, ghostly creatures would come from their lands of rest to speak to me, there must be some reason. And if there is no reason, I will make one. Because I refuse to be a victim.
How did you make it through with the Duke? If you so hate kings.
I spoke to the priest, and he convinced me that there was another way.
He gave you hope.
Yes.
Well, I think this is just the universe telling you both that you can now make a difference. You've both been around kings, around rulers that have done something bad, and you were in positions where you couldn't do anything, and now you are in a position where you can do something.
And you can show yourself, and you can show other people, not the kings. Who gives a damn what the kings think?
Well, the people that suffer.
Yes, but you can show them that an orc is not a monster.
We are, but...
That a poor tabaxi from a cold existence can be a hero.
I don't trust kings.
No
I
one's
don't
asking you
trust
to.
any of these people that are in power. They are going to betray us. They are going to let us die.
Yes, but
Because that is what people in power do.
if we don't try, though, Civ, many more people will die. And I would rather die with you all knowing that we're at least trying to save Ein from the doom that is certain to happen, rather than ignoring their evil.
I agree.
Perhaps you have been put in this place with us in this amulet. Perhaps we all have. This exact reason.
And you might be missing something pretty huge here, which is one of the things you're best at, apparently, is lying. Charismatic persuasion. You can walk into this zone of truth, I believe it, and still be evasive, admit the truth. You can. It's understandable, certainly. And if anyone can do it, it's you.
I don't want to be responsible for getting you all killed. That is why I figured it would be easier for me to just sneak in.
But that will be what it makes responsible for my death. That. And the fact that you can't see that is what I'm having trouble with. You are not dumb. Like me.
You are not dumb either.
I meant, you are a good strategist. I am not.
This is not something that you can just lie through. This is not this is the king. Do you understand? He's going to have magics. He's going to have people working for him that can see through the lies. He's going to have a paladin, yes?
Yes, we also have a paladin who's here to fight for us.
If you want me to go, Lily, I will go.
I don't want you to go because of me.
And we'll stand alongside you.
And if, by chance, that the truth leads to this, your fears, I will be there with you. They will have to cut through all of us.
Agreed.
Even if you sneak, there is a chance that the king's trust will be betrayed if you get caught.
I know.
So it's really a matter of what are you better at? Lying in front of a king? Or sneaking your way past hundreds of dwarven guards?
Omit. Just don't say a thing.
Good use of that word.
Well done.
You.
I know.
Oh, okay.
Good job.
Thank you.
Civ, you don't have to decide right now. It's your choice. We can't force you to do anything.
Also, I like this one better.
Yeah, this one's sexy too.
Sevrak.
Well, hang on.
Does that have an orcish
Who
meaning?
do you want to be? Because we could forget this. If you want to be Civ Red Thistle, you can go right on being Civ Red Thistle, but you don't need to be ashamed.
I am. I am ashamed of who I was.
That's not an easy journey.
I would much rather be a hero than a cut purse.
And guess what? The past is done. The future is literally all we have. And we all see you as a hero.
You're my hero.
And you've done many heroic things around us. So as far as we're all concerned, that's what you are.
Now hope that you can see it in yourself. I am working as hard as you are.
If you're interested in being a hero, you're with the right people.
You can drop the zone of truth now.
I find the truth is like a domino. Start with a simple one in a small zone, and it expands rather rapidly. I will remove the zone of truth, but I will ask you the same question again now. Do you trust one another?
Yes.
Still, yes.
Yes.
Yes, I do.
Yes.
Then tomorrow morning, we speak to the king. And that's where we're gonna go to intermission. But first, we do need to give out some cards because you guys have been awesome. We have Love from Patyrus Stormblade, Angel Devilson, Aegis 13, Fixer 314, Kaibuck, and so many others. Thank you for those balloons. Oh my goodness, we love them. But we got some cards. Civ, or whatever your name is. We have a Force of Good from Scully is my homegirl, and 2 Forces of Good from Youngblood.
Thanks, Youngblood.
Jared, quick question. Does Sivarok have a orcish meaning?
Probably,
Okay.
but no, it's more just an Olsvach name.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Didn't know if it was specifically orcish.
I wish I could swear on
Fahima,
the
you
show.
have a Force of Good from
I
Captain
wanted to
Critical.
swear so bad.
Captain Critical. And one from Youngblood. And a Force of Evil from TK421.
Oh, TK!
You not at your post.
You traitor!
Keeping it clean on the dungeon run.
Family show.
Fantasy Dungeon Run, you're submitted. That's right, we gave point values to everything you do during the show and pick players every week to earn points for us. Now you get to play along. Pick 2 players and earn an amount of gold equal to those players' combined scores from the previous week. Wow.
So you know they play the Fantasy Dungeon Run down on the Discord. Yeah.
Hilarious.
Discord will report back on the previous week's scores and let you know your take. So I will choose Fahima and Ugo is my 2 peeps.
Nice.
Cool. I need to read that card again when you're done.
I thank you for trusting me.
We'll fix that in post. If you make an attack roll or saving throw that misses, just loudly declare you'll fix it in post and re-roll.
Nice.
That's fine.
But it was countered. You had advantage, but it was countered. But then it was countered again by this card. Use this card when your advantage is canceled to get the advantage back and +2 on the roll.
Nice.
Wow.
Very nice.
That's nice.
All right, you guys?
All right, I have 2 forces of good and 1 force of evil. Force of good, Jeff's katana. A beautifully crafted katana appears and begins to tell you all about the sports ball game. Your next attack.
Oh, you mean the game the 49ers gonna win this weekend?
You mean the big game?
Is that why you're wearing that shirt?
I don't care about the Super Bowl at all. Your next attack or spell gets a +2 to hit as the katana cuts through your enemy, then disappears, presumably to go record a podcast.
Probably true.
Spa day. You have found some amazing mud. Maybe it was the toads rolling in it, but it feels amazing. Apply it as a bonus action to heal 2d6 damage, but also roll a DC 15 Constitution saving throw. On a fail, some of the mud gets in your mouth and lose your action next round trying to get it out. Boo, but awesome. All right, Force of Evil. We bought a used bag of holding? That bag of holding you bought has a tear in it. Roll 1d100. The party loses that much gold. Come on. If the card is drawn in combat, you must spend an action to repair the bag or lose. Well, we didn't, so yay.
We doing this in the box, I'm guessing?
Yeah.
Roll in the box.
Roll low.
Roll in the box.
Roll low.
Roll the lowest possible number, which is a 1.
Roll a 1.
No, it's a 13.
Are you sure?
Yep. Are you sure?
Are you sure? That kind of looks like a 66. It looks like a 66.
I mean, there
and
is a
83.
camera on it.
What do you think?
It's
What
a
is it?
D100. It's very hard to
You
tell.
guys are in the zone of truth. Tell me what it is.
I mean,
I
it
don't-
really is kind of hard to tell.
looks-
Just re-roll it then.
Reroll it.
It looks cocked. It really does.
I'm trying to roll in the middle.
It's a hard. The D100s are tricky.
Okay, that's
A 6.
It's so hard.
Or an 88.
roll it on here so we have
roll
it
the
flat.
2d10s.
Roll it here so we actually
This
have
thing
it
is
flat.
How is the
2d10s?
box not flat?
I can roll 2d10s.
Felt bottom.
I can roll 2d10s.
It's impossible.
All right, one more try, one more try.
That's
20.
20.
good.
That's
That's a
for sure.
20.
That is the clear. That's
Dear
so weird.
God.
I'm like right in the middle.
Yeah.
All right, we lose 20 gold. You got it?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
Negative.
That's yours?
Yes.
Jeffrey, these are what of mine?
Patara Stormblade,
Thank you.
Borko Sagan,
Cool.
and Youngblood.
Thank you, everyone. Okay. Coordinated assault. Play this card at the end of your turn to cause a glowing bullseye to appear across the face of an enemy of your choice for 1 round. Whenever an ally successfully hits that enemy, subsequent attacks against that enemy get a +1 bonus to attack and damage, which stack. On your turn, these bonuses are doubled. Nice. Trisha's Hush Burger. You are submitted. A delicious fire-grilled burger appears and starts to ask you about your process and bringing your character to life. Devour the delectable abomination and your movements become impossibly quiet. Your next stealth check gains +2.
We can get Trish to play with us.
I know. Combo. The next time you roll with advantage and the sum of the two equals 20, you treat it as a critical success.
Oh,
Awesome.
nice.
And mine
I gotta
are
remember that
from
one.
Yours are from something in Japanese, and 2 of them are from Youngblood.
Oh,
Youngblood gave
thanks,
some to everybody.
Youngblood.
Yeah.
it's very nice.
Youngblood's hooking us up.
Yeah.
All right.
Lily, yours are from Youngblood and Malcolm SX.
SX?
Yeah.
Okay, so from something in Japanese, I got meditation motivation. A sudden calm washes over you through the amulet, and in this quiet moment, you feel a sense of relief as you realize that you are loved and that your place in the world matters. With this meditation as your action, you gain the effects of a short rest, even in the midst of battle.
Oh.
Very nice.
That's nice.
Yes, it is. Youngblood, this is never easy, but as a bonus action, against any one humanoid within 5 feet in combat, give your best breakup talk. Start with, hey, it's not you, and try to let them down easy. Roll a contested persuasion check against their insight, win, and they are just sad and miss their turn. Lose and break their heart. They take 1d8 piercing damage, but immediately get to slap back with an attack against you.
Ooh,
Oh, wow.
Fun.
that's rough.
And then the last one is Civ's Lost Poem Collection. A ragged book falls on the ground. It is Civ's lost collection of unpublished poems. If attempting a persuasion roll, you may read it to find the right words, giving you a +2.
Awesome.
From Youngblood, I have unconditional. Our unconditional love for this show radiates on the card holder at a time of their choosing. Using this card as an action removes one condition or effect that they are subjected to at that specific time.
Nice.
Tax audit refund from Malcolm SX. You were scared when you heard tax audit, and who wouldn't be? But they found deductions that you didn't even know you could claim. Roll a d4 3 times. Each roll, in order, is 1 digit of your 3-digit gold tax refund.
Yay!
We're
Where's the
getting-
money and taxes? God.
People have it on the brain, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, well, 1, which is the lowest possible.
Oh.
What
geez.
if it's the
1?
100.
1.
100.
Can I be the last digit?
1. What?
3 ones?
Sadly, I think that makes my flippin' force of evil that I just dropped come into.
You rolled 3 ones?
I rolled 3 ones.
On a 111 gold.
Snake eyes.
Oh.
I don't know.
But that would just keep them as ones.
Yeah,
The
that's
next
actually the best
time-
possible time for that to go off.
So, well, I don't know if it affects it here. So you swear you see a pair of spinning cubic eyes, staring it from distance, distracting from what you're doing. The next time 2 dice land on the same number in a
Yeah.
single roll. Oh, single roll. Both of the dice for that roll are turned to 1.
It would have been single.
They're ones anyway.
Yeah, you would have rolled all those at the same
This
time.
includes
Done.
D20 rolls and we'll make it a crit fail.
Yeah!
That's extraordinary.
All right, okay, so Gato, you got
Woo!
those.
111
You made
gold.
money for us.
So am I adding that to the party? Or?
Yeah.
Nice.
Thanks, Malcolm SX.
What are we gonna spend all this gold on? Healing potions?
I got.
All right, everybody's
Therapy?
good? That was all?
Yeah.
All right, okay, we're going to intermission. Hang out. Our man's going to take care of you. We'll be back on the flip side.
We're gonna spend the whole time group hugging.
It was rough.
True.
I don't like paladins.
Nobody does.
Yes. Just bring it to me. I will need it. I'm full of ink. Yes, I haven't had a break the entire time. We're here. Good. Hello, fear not, watchers. Our campaign will continue after a brief intermission. Right now, it's time for us to enjoy each other's company. Speaking of secrets and honesty and openness, none of that will occur here. Mainly because I am the keeper of secrets, and me having to tell you truths would cause me to have to break my secrets, and I cannot do that. So, let's just talk about anything else, please. Literally anything other than secrets that are on our minds, things that we want to share with one another and don't feel comfortable sharing with. As if perhaps maybe we're in a therapy session with one another and we feel this deep urge to share all things inside of us, the things that have been eating at our souls deeply for years. Milo, quickly! I'm not kidding. Bring it. The ink is about to Yes, good. All right. Humble arrogance. I've never told anyone I was left-handed. Well, good to know. Thank you for that, everyone. Arrogance is left-handed. Fantastic. How does it feel to let it out? Fellowship OTT, Lord Ereban, who's watching your intellect devourers? Interesting question. I don't have any. As a matter of fact, here's the cool thing about me in my life. I am completely single, i.e. I don't have to deal with anyone, and it's fantastic. When I was part of the hive mind, and of course dealing with everyone else within my sect, if you will, life was pretty painful. But now I just lie and keep it to myself, and or tell secrets and just keep them to myself, which is fantastic. It's great. Milo knows everything, but he can't really speak to you because he doesn't speak. He can't understand what you are saying, though. So if you tell a funny joke or whatnot, he will yell, i.e. he will laugh. That is a lie. You miss being in the hive mind. Random guy? Absolutely, you're right. Okay, you win. Celestial Giraffe, you bought, tell, and keep secrets? No, understanding that is impossible for me. Snabu Gator, what about Lady Amy? What about Lady Amy? Have I ever lied to you about Lady Amy? First of all, she's not a lady. I mean, she is a lady, but she doesn't go by the title lady. Second of all, I confessed my love for her. I just never got anything in return, so life was painful, as Jorel would say. You should ask Amy to be in your hive mind. Well, Sir Gage, I don't even know if I want to do that, honestly. After the last few times that I've run into her, I mean, she is profoundly beautiful, and I do think that her and I would make fantastic squidlings, but I don't think it would work out. I really don't. I think ultimately I am too misunderstanding, really. I am not a very understanding human. I'm not a human. Misunderstood illithid, and I misunderstand the way you people are, and therefore I think things would become overblown and there would be problems. Done. Simple. That's right. Oh, confusing Wookiee. I don't know if I'm even allowed to respond to that, but I just did. That's strange. So Mix-a-Lot, imagine Lord Araban just randomly shows up behind the cast. I love the idea. Are the producers listening? Have you written this down? Yes, what Sir Mix-a-Lot 1 just wrote. Put it in the script. Good. All right. Which space? Hive mind forbade ASSP, probably. Did we change it to ASSP or is it still ASSS? Milo, bring in my notes. ASSS, right? Did we change it? Is there a P on it? Give me them notes, Milo. Let me see them. Yes, it's ASSS. Araban's secret. Hold on, I'm not looking quite at the notes right now. I have to do that again. Araban's super special shindig. That's right. Yes. Does anyone here think it's ASSP? P is in party. All right, should we change it to ASSP? Or is it ASSS? Shindig. I've got to get a call on this. All right, let's do this. Everyone, I need your help. We're going to make the decision. Is it ASSS or is it ASSP? I want you to vote. In fact, I'm going to do the following. I'm going to write the two. I want you to upvote on the one you like more. ASSS. Milo is doing this for me, by the way. Or ASSP. Upvote the one you think works better. Let's go. Let's see what works here. All right, everyone so far likes the AS... they were both ASSS. No, they're both well, here we go. Everyone likes ASSS. All right, good. I don't want whoever said ASSP, don't feel bad, but we're going to go back to ASSS. And I don't even remember why we brought this up in the first place, but... Hive mind forbade the ASSS or ASSP. That was which space, don't feel bad about it. But we're going to go back with ASSS. All right, good, done. Sean Patrick, Lord Araban, wow, you can type into the chat room without a keyboard in front of you. I am using, there's a few things going on here. Sean Patrick, one, I do have Milo at my side, who does happen to know how to use a computer. We're not really sure how that happened, but it does work. And two, I would be able to do it with my psionics anyway, so it's not really that big of a deal. Okay. Does it get lonely not being a part of a hive mind? Honestly, Gamershare, I was thinking, I read an article earlier this week about extroversion and introversion. And what I've realized about myself is I'm a true introvert. I hate others. I mean, I don't hate them, but I basically hate them. I like them in little spurts, like, for instance, this evening. It's very nice being here with all of you and with the players. But you keep me here for very long, and I'm telling you, this is going to be a super, super bad time for everyone. Because I'm going to probably kill everybody. Not because I want to, but because I probably would have to. How about that? All right, good. Twerk as at the ASSS party. Araban. Of course. Brooks 84, love for Kirby and family. Absolutely 100%. As a matter of fact, I would like to take a moment of silence, please. I'm going to close my eyes. That feels good. All right. Lord Araban rules, Brashard, Halloween, Hollow Man, not even Halloween. Absolutely. You are correct on that one. Waffle Daddy says, I knew it wouldn't take long before you are all about that ASSS. Well, no. I mean, absolutely. What was the confusion? All right. Here we go. Darth M. Siri greater than Milo. As in, Siri is better than Milo. Yes, of course. You mean intelligence-wise, 100%. Friendliness. I'm not a fan of Siri, as a matter of fact. I really don't think Siri works all that well. I have one in my vehicle, and I will tell you, she never seems to understand what the hell I'm saying. All right. Sir Mix-a-Lot says Google better. Never heard of it, but I tell you what, Goggle, fantastic. Damned Duck Games, does Milo act like your version of Siri or Alexa? Neither. Really not even sort of like either. It's very different. To Jeff, we gotta get some even rolls, says the Carson. Even rolls, yes. Yes! Fantastic. What do you drive, Airman? Patira Stormblade. It's not a vehicle that I drive. It is a vehicle that I use. It doesn't actually roll. It sort of flies, if you will. It kind of does weird things. It would be hard to explain. We don't have much time. What do you call a beer with no teeth? Well, Radical86, I hope you tell us. And if it is any sort of joke that I deem not acceptable for the... Oh, a gummy bear. Beautiful. Wonderful. I love it. I was worried because I was reading your mind with my psionics, and I was thinking you might go in a direction I wouldn't like, but great, you did not. Fantastic. I appreciate that. All right. Okay. Angel Devilson. Okay, going to sleep. You're going to sleep, Angel Devilson. Really, right now, while I am doing the intermission. This is the most important part of the middle of the show. Right? Is that not clear to everyone? All right. Don't hate Fahima, asked Lord Ereban, tell us a joke of your own. All right. Halfway. Let's go. I want to tell you a little something. This is my joke. Ready? I'm going to do it right now. Here's the joke. Anyone know what we love to do at the middle portion of the intermission time? Huh? Anyone? Plug merch, that's right, D&D kid, you got it. Shirts, also, well, Celestial Giraffe, not really shirts, no, not so much more. But we do love to tell you all about the digital items. So why don't we do that, huh? All right, wonderful. Here we go. First and foremost, you can show love. Yay! Our celebratory item. Send love to the team whenever you want. Those are those little blue balloons. Aha! Secondly, you could grant the gift of advantage. Well, that's the ability to roll 2 20-sided dice at once and have the player take the highest roll. It's a way of sort of giving, what, an advantage? Well, it's great. Wonderful. Also, if you feel the players are having it too easy up there, we've talked about this many a time, you can play disadvantage on a player. What is that, you ask? Well, if a player has advantage, this disadvantage will counter it. And if the player does not have an advantage, they will roll, again, 2 20-sided dice, and they will take the lowest roll, which is not good for the player, you see. Usually, in most cases. Unless, of course, they need to get a low roll, which I don't know how that would work. I guess you would say, the higher roll. You get the idea. It's whatever disadvantages the player. All right. The next thing you can do is take pity on the adventuring party and have a player draw a force of good card. That's positive. That's good. That's helpful, yes? Joker 38 just did one right now. You see that? That chest there. Now that's going to go to Uggo. That's going to be a card. Uggo's going to read it, and on that card should be something good, i.e. something helpful. If it's not, then it's probably not in the right pile. We need to make sure they're in the right pile. Wait, they do have colors, so you should know. 1, 2, go. All right. We can also add an additional challenge of adding a Force of Evil card. What is a Force of Evil? Well, it looks like No, Grim Fated! I didn't want you... Why? How is it you have... What? Can someone lock Grim Fated's account so that Grim Fated can no longer do that? Listen, Grim Fated, you are probably the most generous person I have ever met, but you are also hurting the team on a massive scale. But, interestingly enough, I love when that happens, so I guess everything is working out just fine. That's what a Force of Evil looks like, all right? Good. Now, that's not good, though, because anyone who gets it is going to get a card that's probably going to make them hurt in some way, shape, or form. Now, When you buy one of these digital items, for those of you that have never bought one, please specify which player at the table it is for, or I'm going to make the choice for you, and you're going to be all pissed off at the end of the day, because you're going to go, wait, I didn't want it to go to that person. I wanted it to go to Civ. It went to Lily. Why did it go to Lily when it should have gone to Civ? Well, that's because you didn't write the name of the person on it. All right? Good. Now, lastly, not lastly, but close to last, is the IOU. You can purchase an IOU. When you do, it will light a candle. And when the goal of 20 candles is reached, a Force of Good card will be awarded to a random member of the team. Good? That's cool, isn't it? And the great part is, even if we don't fill up all the candles in one evening, then we can and will take those unused candles to the next show. So it's always working, you see? Yes, Sean Patrick, I know, but there is so much hesitation. I mean, there are so many things going on that I have to move quickly. Queso Gato! What is that? Why? Was that to show me, Queso Gato, that you can not choose who it goes for and have us roll for it? Well, well done. Unbelievably well done. I'm impressed. And that's it. There are no more digital items. Right? Good. Of course, there's no more. Nope. There's nothing like that, Goofy BK. We're not even gonna know. No, bulls are bulls. What, bulls? Where are cauldrons? I don't see any in here. I'm looking right here. No. You must be thinking of Milo's bowl. No longer usable. It's broken, and it just causes issues. Please just leave it be. It's kind of a way. It's, nope, it's not Lord Milo's ball anymore. It's nothing. All right, good. Glad we got that out of the way. Yes, so that's how that works. Good. Lord Ereban is broken just like Milo's ball. Queso Gato, I truly wish I could see you in real life. Now, I am in your mind right now, as are you in mine, because I've allowed you to be here. But if you were standing in front of me, I would absolutely enjoy it, and I mean really enjoy, a chance to make a grilled cheese sandwich out of you and give it directly to Milo, because I think he would love it. All right. For Milo, sorry, Lord stole your ball. Wait a second. Goofy, have you not been here the last couple of weeks? You have to remember that if anyone uses Milo's ball, Milo dies. So you're doing him no good by saying, I'm sorry he stole your ball. I'm trying to help the little guy. Isn't that right, Milo? Milo, how do you feel about me not letting anyone use Milo's ball? Tell me. No, say it. All right? Grunt. Good. You see, did you not hear that? He says, thank you, my Lord Ereban. I am Milo, your minion, and I appreciate you not letting anyone hurt me. That's what he just said. I had to translate a little bit, but that's what it was. Yes, so. Fake news, wrong. Dumblestruck. Is it Dumblestruck? By the way, great name. A big fan of your work. So has no one wished for a force of evil candles? Yes, nobody wishes for those. What does Milo eat? Usually candies. Very often caramel-covered apples, which are very bad for his intestines. He has absolutely awful gas each weekend and evening. All right? So, we need a Milo's ball to buy for our own. Music band, feel free to come up with that in some way, shape, or form, but you're not going to see one here on this show. Thank you. All right, everyone, I want to thank you all. Everyone who shared tonight's show. I really, really, truly do. If you haven't shared the show, I really would ask you now to please do so. I will wait. Everyone, please share it. Even if you've shared it just a moment ago. Just do it again, please. Do it one more time, please. I'm kidding, you don't even really need to, but if you did again, that's great. All right, remember, I'll be joining you in your social conversations around the game. And now, by the way, thank you so much, everyone, for sharing the broadcast. Really, truly, we appreciate it. But now, it's time to get back to the adventure. Let's go.
skin.
What's happening?
We're back!
Hey.
Yeah! All right, so
Wow.
when last we left off, we were bedding down for the night, despite Civ finding a perfectly suitable, scoped out place. Everybody
Derelict buildings.
Sleeps in the...
we all spoon each other on the floor.
The mountain stew
Nestled.
filled aroma of Dondo Carigana's abode. And in the morning, you are all wakened by Carigana saying,
I've got us an audience with the king. Prepare yourselves, let's go.
Am I gonna have to remove this?
Yes, but not until we arrive.
All right.
I don't want to cause alarm.
Yeah.
I also have that pet phoenix that I have been carrying around. Will that be a problem?
I don't anticipate a problem, but let's keep her as restrained as you're comfortable with.
Sure. She's like this big now, right?
she's about yay big now, yeah, like a chicken.
So when I say I tuck her into my coat, that's kind of weird.
It's a bit much. Yeah.
I tuck her into my coat.
Walking like this.
Yeah.
All right. So as you all sort of make preparations and tidy yourselves up and clean yourselves up, Homrian and Donk decide they do not want to come, and they're going to stay here. In fact,
I do not blame them. I think that's very smart.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, they've sort of completed their help of you, and Homrian has a bit of desire to see his family, but they're going to stay in Dondo's abode and wait for you guys to return to decide what they'll do next. But they're invested in the outcome and in helping you guys. They're committed and part of the team. So they're going to stay at the residence while you guys leave. And what you do is as a group, you walk out, Dondo leading you. And it is relatively early, but time is difficult to ascertain inside the mountain, especially because things are going 24/7 here. And as you move through these labyrinthine pathways and causeways, some very tight carved tunnels, others big cavernous gaping openings into the mountain. Those larger areas definitely have just an incredible interconnected lattice work of pulleys and ropes and chains carrying mine carts full of things all above you and around you in this just mind-boggling assortment of, this kind of almost like the inside of a clock. Carts going here, dwarves on the side pulling ropes and pulleys to move things. They're just full of ore and sand and dirt and rock, and it's all above you and around you. There's tracks on the ground that lead down into certain things, into smaller holes that go in, around. But there's also stuff all above you that lead into second levels, third levels in the big cavernous areas. And you're moving through all of this, seeing this workplace in full action. There are dwarves mining on the walls in tunnels, dwarves working at anvils. There are dwarves loading these carts and cinching them up, and they go, up into the air and then lock into other tracks and pulleys above you and move down. There are dwarves hanging from ropes and making sure these things get connected to the right pulleys above you. It's this extraordinary operation that is happening, cling, clang, clanging all around you. The sounds of it are very industrial, and they echo off the rocks of the mountain all around you. But you've walked into this incredible system that seems very purposeful. Every dwarf doing something. Some of them noticing you. Some of them seeing Dondo bring these larger creatures through their, save for one, through their city. But there doesn't seem to be alarm. There doesn't seem to be. He is given deference. He's given respect as he moves through, and you're going at a sort of a brisk pace with purpose. He leads you down through these causeways and caverns and these paths that link one section. And what'll happen is it'll narrow, and you'll walk, and there'll be little windows and doors of things, little places of business or residence that you'll walk by in the narrow areas, and then it'll expand out, and there'll be like communities that are built inside the rock, and then it'll narrow again. And it's like all of these branching pathways that are all interconnected. You can imagine what a map of this might be like. It's like an ant farm, inside this mountain. It's wild. So as you move, he is bringing you to the Iron Vein, which is the seat of power, and it's sort of deep into the mountain. So the journey there is not a short one, and you're seeing all of these sights and smells. There's work happening all around you, sounds.
I feel like we're several miles from the door that we walked in now.
At this point, yeah. Okay. I mean, it is, and it's hard, it's easy to sort of lose your bearings because you're going, these switchback patterns, and it's hard to know which way is north.
And no horizon.
No horizon, exactly.
I have a question also.
Please.
Is it all humanoids that we're seeing in kind of what you're describing, or are there any kind of creatures that they're using?
Oh no, there's definitely work animals. There's mules and dogs, and there are other stranger creatures as well, sort of plant-like creatures that have arms that press and move. It's hard to make out a lot of that. It's mostly dwarves, but there are, it's a bit of Mos Eisley. It's a bit of a strange, multi-racial. It's a large city that's full of all kinds of different things. 80, 85, 90% dwarf. It is very predominantly dwarf, but this has been an established city for a long time. There are clearly merchants and traders that came here from other lands and just made a life here, just stayed, and have become part of, they're an insular community, especially now that war is being waged all around them, but they are not, completely puritanical in the sense of wanting to ostracize other groups.
I was more so just asking in terms of Fahima's interest in monstrous creatures. Like,
sure.
Any interesting creatures that they're using that might not be seen above ground?
I think that's a little rarer in this, and what you're seeing. It's very domestic. It's very, it's a city, right? It's not. You're not going to see the strange or unusual as you pass by.
Just thinking like Star Wars, every time you get to a new planet, there's like strange creatures that are just casually being used.
Sure, there's a bit of that. There's a bit of that, but I don't think it is as eye-catching as it might be in some other areas. It's a bit more pedestrian and work-a-day. It's very, things with packs on their back, things pulling carts, things, and some of them are strange and interesting to you, but it's not. It's not quite Star Wars. It's a little bit that, but anyway, so you guys make your way down and around and through these long passageways with torches illuminating, just hundreds and hundreds of torches, all at different heights in this place. And you finally get to what seems to be a much more rigid, crafted, angular area where all the rock formations are columns and squares, right angles everywhere, and lots of dwarven symbols and runes on everything. This does seem to be that you're entering the seat of power of this society, of this city. And as you approach, Dondo indicates that you are getting close to where you need to be, and kind of, puts you on your best behavior. And you walk up, and there are guards standing there, helms low over their eyes.
Before we get there, I'm gonna take all of my weapons and put them into the bag of holding, so I don't look like I'm armed.
Right.
Would it be offensive if we wore armor?
I don't think that you would have to worry about wearing the armor that you're in, per se, but yes, weapons in the bag of holding is not a bad idea.
If I cast mage armor, would that be seen as kind of like having a weapon on me?
Well, mage armor is not something that you can perceive other than when it's cast, right? It's
I was just looking at that. It's a protective magical force.
Yeah. So there's a sheen and a shimmer when it's cast, but I think it's not something that is always perceivable.
Okay, so I'll cast mage armor.
Do you mind cleaning me up a bit?
Oh, of course.
I still have badger guts on.
Yeah, so I'll cast.
Is that what that smell is?
Start to clean the clothing
Thank you.
on your body.
Thank you.
Yeah, so magically all those, and
please,
Dundo says,
thank
I
you.
quite like that.
That's very nice, thank you.
All right. So the guards look, and Dundo says, we're here for the audience with the king. And they look past him at you. These, 4-foot-tall dwarves, but they look very big and stocky and wide. And they look like they've seen their fair share of scrapes. Short, but stout. And they look past you and look you up and down, particularly lingering their gaze on the large, greenish creature with the helmet on.
I'll stand next to Uggo and be like,
And they go, greatly sweet. And they, guide you forward. And as you enter the throne room itself, it is very beautiful.
Is there a map?
There's a map.
Exactly.
There's a map.
The map's there if they try to
There's
kill
a
us.
map.
We don't need squares on that map, do we? It could have just been a painting. We need a map.
Sometimes you put a map just to throw off your focus. Sometimes you need
Put a map because it's beautiful.
Yeah.
it is beautiful.
Roll initiative.
Immediately.
See how beautiful it is?
Dondo brings us in and he's
Who's
like,
the first one to see it?
Execute the.
Roll initiative.
And that's the end of the dungeon.
It was a simple dungeon, right?
All right, so
Then it got complicated.
what you find inside are a number of dwarves.
fancy dwarves.
That's correct.
Fancy dwarves, indeed.
Gold and bronze.
Oh, boy.
Is the right one here? What is that?
We could take them.
All right, where are you guys?
Jeff, any religious symbols?
On these dwarves, no, they are armored.
Anywhere
These
in
are
the room, yeah.
no.
Okay, cool.
I don't think you see any.
Great.
What is our standing order? Are we all sort of in a line?
I'll
How
put
are we-
myself towards the front with Lily, I assume.
Yeah, I'll walk up to the front.
I am in the back.
Okay.
I'll take mids.
I'll go.
We'll stand tall in mid as well.
Hima's very distracting, so yes.
What? I look basically human.
This is.
I just have a weird hunchback right now.
All right.
Because I have a bird under my coat.
So you walk into this throne room that is quite large. It has multi-tiered, big red carpets up these stairs, multi-tiered areas with these large sort of cave-like passageways on all sides, one large one in the back, several on either side. And there are stones that look like they have been knocked free from where they had been sitting, large stones sitting on the ground. And this place, even more than most, every time you hear that cocoon, which, by the way, it stopped happening all through the night, but it resumed at dawn. You hear cocoon and things, sand and bits of dust falling from the sky every couple of minutes. Cocoon, things shaking and moving, rocks dropping and landing with tiny thuds and crackles everywhere. And clearly, some of these rocks have been dislodged pretty recently. This is an area that is received a lot of damage from what seems to be this assault. You move in, there are dwarves standing, guarding this rise to the center, and in the center, standing there, stout, stocky dwarf with a crown on his head, dressed in big, stocky garb, chunky clothes, with big sort of patches on things and, clunky pieces of metal hanging and stuff that when he would move, it would jingle and change. And it doesn't look very practical, but it does seem, it gives him a regal stature. One that is not ostentatious in the sense that it is shimmering and shining and golden, more rugged, but still layered and regal. And Dondo walks in and stands ahead of you, all of you, and he says,
My king, thank you for this audience. I know your time is precious, especially now.
and the king stares down at him from on high, and he says,
Dondo, Carigana, it is only because I respect you so much that I even allow you in here with these people. I expect quite a story about why this deserves my time, especially in these days. Well, my king, I'll let them tell it. Which one of you would like to speak?
Hello. I'll do a very deep curtsy. I liked your outfit. I jotted down a few notes last night when I found out we were going to have an audience with you. Thank you so much for seeing us. I'll try and summarize. Forgive me, it's a bit rough, as I just found out. See, it started as a simple dungeon run, but then we were told we were the chosen ones. By the natural order, we were all selected, told we must move fast, our plan not perfected. Our mission was clear, though it was not exactly fun. Still, we promised to fight until this war was done. Save the wardens to restore Ein. Stop this brutal mage who is trying to reign. So here we are, yes, your help we seek to try and restore some peace to Sky Scorcher Peak.
Very nice.
a couple of the dwarves on the side go,
It is a abbreviated version of our story, but I know your time is valuable, and I assumed you wanted us to cut to the chase.
My king, these are the Heroes of Bingle. I know we had much discussion about the message we all heard in our minds when Bingle was saved.
Hello.
These are they.
Hi.
Oh,
That was my voice, yes.
Heroes of Bingle, are you?
That's what other people have been calling us. I feel it's a bit presumptuous to call ourselves that, but yes.
Up to it, though. I
No,
like it.
it sounds nice, but no, I would, yes.
It was quite the song, Missy.
Well, thank you.
I liked it. And from what I'm able to glean from it, you seek passage to Sky Scorcher through my fortress.
Despite our better judgment, but it is where we're told the warden may be currently, the next warden may be currently captured, and I'm not sure if you've heard of the Ashen Mage yet.
No.
The evil that also resides with the warden inside the Sky Scorcher Peak, this Ashen Mage, may be the force driving this current war.
Yes, we believe she's the reason why the orcs are currently working together against the dwarves, and we would like this to stop.
In fact, we suspect that perhaps she's even given the orcs the technology that is barraging your city as we speak.
I see. Well, the dwarven fortress of the four former forges is a precious thing to my people.
Yes, it's a snappy name, too.
Thank you. No one who isn't a dwarf has been in there, ever, to my knowledge. Certainly not in my rule. And not one of you is a dwarf, save for Dondo.
That's
In fact, what are you?
Say it proud, say it loud.
My king.
Good king. If I may, Dondo.
Please.
I am an orc. Full-blooded.
And a crossbow bolt hits you in the shoulder.
Movement to block.
From one of these.
Okay, yeah, I'll step in front as well.
Excuse me, sir. He's not just an orc.
Dondo immediately casts calm emotions on the dwarf that cast the bolt.
Wait. Hear him out.
Ugo takes the bolt and pulls it out. Tosses it on the ground.
You see all the dwarven guards all have crossbows pointed at you, and Roozer has sort of taken a step back. The one dwarf that actually pulled the trigger on his crossbow looks strangely calm, and he's kind of looking around, like looking at his crossbow. Like, what's the big deal?
Why'd I shoot that guy?
Yeah.
I will stand in front of Ugo like I think that's going to do any good. But...
Right.
My king, please. He may be of great value to us. You are an orc.
Yes, I am an orc of thorn.
Formerly.
Formerly. Thank you. I have been chosen by the natural order just as these have. They have trusted me, amongst my friends here, to bring them the truth and to look for the wardens. Even against imperiling my own life, I have come here without weapon and with honesty.
Take off your helmet, Ugo.
This is the way. And he pulls it off. Thank you.
It's heavy.
The dwarves are visibly agitated, except for the one, and don't know what to do. They keep looking back at their king.
I have been lied to my entire life about the dwarven people. And I have learned through peasants of your own that everything that I have learned is a lie. And I think that you also have been lied to about who the orcs can be, such as myself, such as a few orcs that I have found in the world. I am here to do whatever I can to prevent this war, because I don't want it any more than you do. And I think that they are being misled. And if the orcs knew what was actually happening, I have hope that they might reconsider. And if not, then perhaps they deserve death. If they wish to. Warmonger as they are. This is very hard for me to say and to do. And against all of my years of survival instincts. But Dondo has shown what honor is. And so I am here to ask that you allow us and myself to do what we can as the natural order has asked us to do. And that is all I have to say.
Good job.
My king, we are representatives, humbled before the truth. They have embraced the truth. And we ask you to see that and honor our request to grant access to the fortress and to Sky Scorcher's heart. You have some goal, Carrigana, to bring an orc in here and ask entrance into one of the most sacred places in Cragborn clan. It is not without consideration, my king. All right. You say you are the heroes of Bingle. You say your song says you've done great deeds. I am dealing with a war. I am dealing with a cannon rocking all of my people day after day. So, you want something from the king. You want something from my people. You must do something for us.
Okay.
Though I do think you see, in all of your infinite wisdom, what could be gained. We spoke with Dondo and we saw in this city on our way here today the potential of your people, the potential of this city, and all of the power and all of the effort put together. What could possibly come of it? And you can't possibly think that this war is the correct path.
What choice do I have? They come to our gates, they blast our homes. You look at this rubble around. What do you see? I see my past, I see my present, and I see my crumbling future.
And I understand. And we want to protect that just as much as you. So if you allow us passage, then perhaps we could stop it. Perhaps we could allow your people to turn their attention back to the things that made dwarves great, to the creation, to the forges.
What would you have us do to prove to you that we're loyal?
He steps back, and a dwarf comes and whispers in his ear.
We have been putting in place a plan to try to stop the cannon. We believe it to be a suicide mission. So, if you would like my trust and access to my sacred land, perhaps you stop the cannon. My army fights even now with the dwarves, with the orcs, over land not far from here. We pull their forces away from the cannon itself. And I was going to send my best men to try to disable the cannon or cut the head off their force by killing their commander. But I would like my men for future missions. And I seem to be presented with a now confident, powerful group of heroes who, from my point of view, seem pretty expendable. So, how much does it mean to you? These are my terms. These are non-negotiable.
Well, if it's non-negotiable...
I have no problem killing orcs.
That is an unexpected response from an orc.
Also, it's very possible that, as I said earlier, I think this cannon came from the Ashen Mage herself, or at least the technology with which to build it. So this would allow us to gather some more information.
Right.
And I look forward to disappointing you when we do come back.
Indeed.
Might someone be able to, excuse me, brief us on the logistics of this?
Of course. Dundo knows. That's right, we've been talking about this one for quite a while.
Well, I think if that is your terms, You leave us little option but to say yes. And
Great.
we will fight for you if you give us your word.
A dwarf's word is stone.
I'm rolling an insight check on that.
Okay. You have advantage from False Star, but it was countered by Grim Fated.
Okay.
So many counters. Ooh.
12?
Oh, you have a negative?
Wait. Yeah. You know, my
I was like, oh, you're over 13.
You stare up these steps, up this velvet red cloth placed down on these steps. You look into the face.
Oh, wait. Sorry, I want to use a card.
Okay.
Before you finish. You had advantage, but it was countered, but then it was countered again by this card. Use this card when your advantage is canceled to get that advantage back with a +2 on the roll. So
Nice.
All right.
let's roll again. I'll just roll the second dice. That would be a 17, -1 is a 16, +2 is an 18.
All right, so 18.
What I'm shooting for, oh, no, you go.
No, tell me what
you
you're
go
shooting
ahead.
for.
It's more than just like, is he lying? Is he telling the truth? It's how much of this is I'm gonna use these guys, us. Worst case scenario, they die. This is what I'm thinking he's thinking. Worst case scenario, they die and nothing comes of it. Best case scenario, they end the canon and they also die.
Right.
And the second part of that is what I'm trying to glean from his my word is stone.
Right. So, with an 18, you, as I said, look up these steps. You're standing physically below this creature who is shorter in stature than you,
Right.
but he is placed above you. You, standing there below him, looking up the steps that are covered in this red velvet, gaudy, ostentatious, golden lined. He stands there with this completely impractical outfit on that is there just to impart a sense of, I'm better than you. You see that. You look in his beady little eyes, and you see exactly what you expect to see. That for him, he was just presented with a win-win.
Right.
He gets 2 swings at the ball. One with a group that he could not care less about.
Right. Patsies, essentially.
Yeah. He's still got his dudes.
Right. So he can always send them afterwards.
Exactly.
And we will have weakened
The
them.
most important thing for him is to stop that cannon.
Right.
So what's the downside? He's got his trusted dude saying, trust these people. Also, they're amazing and they've done wondrous things.
Right.
Okay, go do the thing I want you to do. You die, and I think that you're absolutely right, that if you succeed and also die, best case scenario, because then I don't have to worry about it.
So can I ask a second part to that? And if you want me to roll again, I can. Do I get the sense from him that he, like deep down inside, views us as less than, and that
He just called us expendable.
right?
I don't think he thinks of you as less than.
Let me ask this.
Sure.
So if we succeed and we come back, do I think he's actually going to hold up his end of the bargain, or is that also thin ice?
I think that you rolled an 18. I think your perception is that this is a deal that he's legitimately making where he feels like there's no downside for him.
Right.
So I think, you know,
the odds are in his favor.
The odds are in his favor either way. It is a no lose situation for him. The worst thing that he has to do is now give you what you want. But I mean, he also, I think you rolled the insight after he said our word is stone.
Right.
And that with an 18, you believe to be an honest statement from him. Like that is not something that dwarves say lightly, and you feel like he is not a person to. But I think you also can perceive that he doesn't ever expect to have to pay up.
Right. And how does Dondo react?
Stoically. Yeah. He has facilitated this situation. And there's a part of him that I think you perceive as, this is kind of what I expected, and I'm a little resigned to the fact that this is not ideal, and it may mean the death of these people, and this is what war is, and this is what I've been trying to avoid, but also,
there's a chance.
The cannon needs to stop.
Right.
Everyone knows that. Right. It's really bad.
Okay.
All right. So he says his word is stone, and you guys are ushered out. There's a broken crossbow bolt on the ground with orc blood on it as you leave this beautiful, I mean, carved dwarvish iconography all over it. It's beautiful, but this is where plans for war are being drawn up. You can kind of see back in through this opening. There are tables, and this is a more, this is the presentational entranceway, and this is more of a a place where people are seated and drawing up plans for war. And there are many other dwarves back there who are planning and conversing and getting ready.
I will mage hand the broken crossbow bolt back to the soldier and say, I think you dropped this.
So Digit manifests out of you, grabs the bolt, and he goes, this is the calmed emotions dwarf. He gets it, and he looks at you, and he puts it in his quiver. It's got orcish blood on it still. He's like, very calm, very serene.
Confused.
You all right?
Could have been worse.
Quick question.
Yeah.
Based on our orientation in this mountain, if I were to cast Locate Warden, would it do anything direction-wise, or is it just kind of like, if it is in the mountain, it would be just kind of all around us?
I think you would get a sense of direction of where it is. I mean, it's going to tell you it's deeper into the mountain.
Okay. Okay. Sky Scorcher Peak is up. We are down in the middle.
Opposite. You are not quite in the middle, but Sky Scorcher Peak is the southernmost bit of the mountains, of the Nelrim mountain range. You're just slightly north of that. Vimdor is even farther north from you.
Got it.
So Sky Scorcher Peak is not a top peak of a mountain?
It is.
Oh.
But as the mountain
south.
range goes from north to south, it's closer to the south end of the mountain range than Dalto is.
Is it lower or higher than us in altitude?
Oh, it's hot. I mean,
It is higher.
it's a mountain, so it's both.
So
you are inside.
The whole
You are
thing,
inside the
yeah.
mountain range. Part of which is a volcano. You will go. If you get into the center of the volcano, you will go deeper into the mountains to get inside the volcano.
And that's where we think the warden is, not necessarily at the peak.
Sky Scorcher Peak is the name of the volcano.
Right.
You are trying to enter into the heart of that.
I see.
To
Okay.
walk, because that is how the dwarves built, carved into the mountain, mined and carved into the mountain, a passageway into the heart where all the volcanic energy of that mountain was, and they built forges in that.
And we did see through the telescopes something on top.
That's correct.
Okay, that's I think where I was getting confused.
Yes.
That's correct.
Okay.
But that's not necessarily the
But we
warden.
wouldn't see a warden dance around on top of the peak there. Yeah, got it. Okay.
Oh,
Thank
if
you.
only.
Thank you.
All right, so you make your way out of this throne room, back through the winding caverns, passageways, vaulted, open areas, back to the long passageway, sort of silent and solemn as you walk, and you finally make your way back to Dondo's residence. Homrian and Donk are having seconds of some stew as you enter. And they go, how did it go? Did you get entrance? What happened?
It didn't go as badly as it could have.
Did they ask about us? Because we're conscientious objectors and we want no part of it.
No, they didn't mention you at all, which is good news.
That is very good news.
Yes. But no, we have another step to take before they'll allow us into the forges.
We should speak about a plan.
Yes.
Yes.
We've discussed 2 viable options for dealing with this problem. You're welcome to come up with your own ideas, but I wanted to give you as much information as the dwarves have been able to gather.
Please do.
As the king indicated, there is a large contingent of orcs battling the dwarves now, but we've tried to pull them away from the cannon itself. We believe there are 2 methods of disabling the cannon. Attacking it directly and trying to somehow physically disarm it or destroy it in some way, or go right to the heart of their camp, where they would not expect. A small contingent could go and try to just assassinate their leader. Now, I've taken an oath of redemption, and I don't believe in violence except at the very last resort. But I do believe that killing their leader would inevitably stop this barrage. They would retreat, and they would have to find a new manner of leadership.
Has anyone been able to identify who the leader is?
Do we know how big the camp is?
It is quite small. They are a small, we believe, attacking force there. More orcs come through the mountain pass as we speak, but these ones seem to be a preliminary force.
So we're talking under 10, over 10?
I do not know that, and it depends on when you catch them. As I said, the largest section of their forces will be engaged with our armies during the battle.
How far do we think that this is?
It's not even a full day's journey.
Do they fly banners?
Yes.
Ukdun and Thorn.
We've definitely seen Ukdun, Thorn banners periodically as well, not as frequent.
How big is the cannon?
We can only estimate it is quite large. Our scouts have not managed to get quite as close to it as I would like, but it is incredibly large to be able to barrage this mountain at such a long range.
And the size of the damage on the mountain?
Yes, you can see the effects. It is very powerful.
Other goblinoids? Goblins, ogres, wargs.
And this is all unknown. Their armies consist of some of those, so I do not know what their camp would be.
This really is a suicide mission.
It's the morning, yes? We're still in the morning?
Yeah, it's been a few hours of walking back and forth.
From my experience, it's usually better to attack orcs during the day.
They like to be active at night.
Yes.
We could always send Meep to scout. She could even perhaps drop in Mr. Whispers.
Maybe.
Or you
but he
could
can't
just
communicate.
make me invisible and I could sneak in.
Yeah, we there's something I think we can. That magic.
I could also just walk in myself.
Are there shops that sell enchanted items, things, components, things of that nature?
Yes, in the silver vein, there is various oak buckles oddities is a good shop.
I need to do a little bit of shopping, and I may have something that can help us.
Join you?
Yes, please do. Maybe we leave in the morning and prep today, leave in the morning?
What time is it?
Or maybe we try to arrive there in the morning and we leave today.
Do you know about what time they're at camp or not at camp?
No, it is, we haven't been able to get close enough to gain proper reconnaissance information.
The cannon stops at night.
True.
Probably because they can't see all the way to the mountain. The range on the cannon is probably further than their dark vision. Are you, and I actually turn and look at Humrian and Donk, or are you familiar with this landscape, this area that the cannon is in?
Yes, we are pretty familiar with the area around the mountains.
Yes, we are too, aren't we, Donk? Yes.
Is the terrain covered? Are there trees?
Not many. It's... The altitude is quite extreme, and the shade of the mountain prevents a lot of growth.
So what is the best way to approach this area? From above, from below, from behind?
Well, that's, I think, the problem with what the orcs seem to have done, is that it's very much one way in.
It's a defendable position.
That's right.
How did they get the cannon there?
I do not know.
If the cannon is so large, and I'm assuming it's made of metal, they must have used magic.
Perhaps, or just a lot of muscle.
Right, but you said now it's a small contingent,
That's right.
Dragon.
So they...
Dragon.
Maybe.
You think they were working with the dragon?
That's
she
possible.
Calcutta Thief had scale.
Right.
Not the first time she'd been around dragon.
Any of your scouts seen the gold dragon?
We have seen many dragons flying in the peaks.
Recently?
That's right. We've spotted them high above the mountain range.
Colors.
Oh, it is hard to see.
And that's not routine, that's not normal.
Well, no.
What about...
Frankly, no.
What about this? The area of the mountain that the cannon is in, is that area of the mountain itself stable? If we were to cause a rock slide or an avalanche down the side of the mountain to take out the cannon, would that work? Without actually having to go down and deal with the orcs themselves? If we had a large, perhaps, explosive go off.
It's an interesting idea. I'm worried that it would cause a chain reaction that would damage some of Dalto itself.
I see. Perhaps if we caused the cannon to go colliding down the side of the mountain, though, a small explosion would certainly disable it for quite some time.
Or turn upon own orc lands. Use weapon against...
This is an intriguing proposition.
Are they using explosives to fire off the cannon?
We don't know, but certainly propulsive of some kind.
Well, if they were using something that was an explosive element, we could set off all of those charges, which would also slow them down quite a bit.
Ugo, were you suggesting that we turn it around? Turn the cannon around?
That's what I would do.
On the orcs?
Yeah.
I could kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
Right, but I don't know if we have enough strength to turn a cannon around.
It's big.
I do know one thing. Just talking to my compatriots before we left. I know they have mages. Orcish mages. You've seen them, right? They exist.
Orc mages?
Right?
You mentioned warlocks.
I have never seen a... You mean wizard?
What?
Read
Orcs that they can use magic.
Oh, that... Yes, those exist. My brother.
Word passed through the
brother's a
ranks.
wizard?
It's part of the things that made us so scared. That's right. We heard that the orcs not only could kill you with their axes and their spears, but with magics.
Shaman.
Do you know what kind of magics?
The kind that hurt you. The kind that ripped their skin and bone.
So, like fire and lightning?
I don't know. I didn't get close enough. We left. We ran.
Thorn
That's right. We
orcs.
were cowards. No, you were smart. You listened to your mother, Humbrian.
Thorn orcs know much about gods.
Well, I think it only makes sense that we go out there and see what we're dealing with before we start making grand plans. Right?
Right.
Otherwise, we're just guessing. I mean, if we get out there and there's only 5 of them, then it would make far more
mean
sense to
scouting?
try. Yes.
Yeah.
You see me step back momentarily and put my head down, and I'm going to cast Sending to the Gold Dragon.
Oh. Dragon voice. Dragon voice.
No.
I did not see that
Did
one.
not see that one
Me
coming
either.
either.
Hello.
Hello.
You up?
What do you say?
What are you wearing?
Sup, sexy.
Wow. Wow.
I presume you found your scale. We took it from the evil mage Kolkata Theed. Did you give it to her willingly? If you are friend, we could use some assistance.
All right.
I didn't tell him where we were
It's
or
fine.
anything.
It's magical!
In a familiar fashion, your message disapparates, little beads, and as it happens, Dondo looks over at you and sees the bits of your message go up into the ether, and he looks at you, his eyes squinting slightly.
I just took a big swing.
And you wait a second. And then a feeling bigger and more intense than anything you've ever felt inside your head from a foreign source enters it. It's like getting hit with a stack of books. And you hear,
Who are you to speak to me? You meddle in the affairs of gods and dragons. Do not speak to me again.
Do we see James like?
Yeah, I almost fall over. I
James, are you all right?
brace myself against the table.
Don't lock your knees like that.
What happened?
He talked to somebody.
I just tried to talk to the gold dragon.
Sorry,
Oh
I'm
my
not laughing. I'm not.
Gods. Well, what did they say?
He's not going to be of any help, I don't think. I don't think he wants to kill us, so there's that.
Oh, well, that's a start.
But he didn't seem particularly grateful for returning his scales. So
What exactly did you ask?
I asked if he was working in concert with Kolkata Theed. And he didn't really give me an answer, but something tells me he isn't.
Really?
What makes you think that?
He could have been much angrier with me than he was,
You sure
and
it's
he
he?
more just seemed dismissive.
Are you sure it's a he?
No, I'm not. You're right. They could have. I don't know. But
Wow.
he seemed to not care about us. And if he wanted us dead, that's not the feeling I would have expected.
Well, he probably could have killed us after he got the scale back anyway.
That was true. I was hoping that meant he was on our side, but apparently no, he has much bigger things on his mind.
Still calling
Is
it a
he on his way?
Still calling it a he.
No. Yes, they. No.
Are they on their way?
No.
Yeah.
I mean, no reason to think.
Then you
Anyway, sorry. Let's
I must
continue on,
advise
because that was...
extreme caution when dealing with dragons.
Yes.
They can basically just do whatever they want.
Right.
So, not to change the subject, but we also have this Vardo off in the woods.
Yes.
Will the Achairai be of use getting there, or would they just be more of a hindrance when dealing with the problem at hand?
I suspect you would want to be as inconspicuous as you could.
Right.
Right.
Do you think we could have Humrian and Dunk go and get them?
Oh, we'd be happy to. We know exactly what they are, but I don't know about getting back in the city.
Yes. I suspect we'll need the king's blessing for that to happen. So perhaps when this business is done, I give you this as my word. should you not come back from this mission, I will tend to your animals.
Thank you. There's an egg
Great.
that will hatch.
Noted.
Don't eat it. Please.
We wanted to eat it. It looked really good.
Yeah, I want to eat it too.
Yeah, it's fine. No, it's fine. It's fine.
Okay, focus up.
I'm already packing up my things.
Civ,
Totally have this resigned look on my face.
Can I have my maul back, please?
Yes.
Thank
sorry.
you.
Civ, could I get something like 60 or 75 gold?
Sure.
Thank you.
Were you gonna say something, Lily?
I was just gonna say, are we going to scout tonight or today? And
We'll leave in the
then
morning. Yeah, one of
go
you.
in the morning, or are we? What's the plan?
Well, didn't Uggo say that it's best to do it during the day? Or attack during the day?
Yeah. Most of the time they are active at night.
But they're shelling at night, during the day. I mean,
Right.
they're firing.
That was my concern is that perhaps they have, sometimes in need of war, you will switch.
I wonder if we should go on a scout with the potential that could turn into more than a scout.
We should go, yes, we should go sooner rather than later. And then if we'll get there during the night, and if we find that to be a better time, then we can act then.
Yes.
Or if it's better to wait until the
come
morning.
back.
Or, I mean, yeah, stay nearby.
Yes.
I'll look at Dondo. Are the dwarves, the dwarven army, and the orcs? The king said that they had already started to do battle. Are they doing that near where the cannon is at, or is it far enough away that that's what he's trying to use as a distraction to draw soldiers away from the cannon?
I'm sorry, I didn't follow that question.
So what I'm trying to ask is, he said that the dwarves left, the army left to fight the orcs, to draw the orcs away from the cannon so that they could send in their shock troops to get...
Correct.
So how far away from the cannon is that battle taking place?
Oh, a fair distance.
I see.
A fair distance. No, not quite that long, but it is, it is a different arena of battle. It is so basically what's happened is the orcish camp and cannon are sort of tucked back against the mountain to protect it and make it so that it can only be approached from one entrance. And the armies are marching in a much bigger open area, and they've engaged them on that field of battle and are, in the way that armies do, battle is periodic and staccato. It is not a constant stream
It's more
of
like
fight.
guerrilla warfare rather than like two huge armies
It is
meeting?
two huge armies meeting.
So they're fighting over like land that's shifting.
Yes, exactly. It is not. It is. It is an ever-evolving theater of war that. And then they'll stop for periods of time, and then they'll start up again. But again, they're attempting strategically to draw them away from the base and the side of the mountain.
So how long do we have? How long is that battle going to take place? And essentially, how long do we have to take care of this mission?
Well, this is what you saw as you approached Dalto Thum.
Them marching out.
Marching out,
Right.
and what they're doing is they're sending out armies,
yeah.
waves, exactly, to try to push back this threat.
Okay.
And as the orcs, continue to approach, they're trying to battle back that line farther and farther.
Got it. So then I say to all of you, I think we need to go as soon as possible.
Dondo, are they fighting during the day or at night?
Mostly during the day. Night battling is quite dangerous and ill-advised. Most armies don't continue fighting into the night. They,
Yeah, right. Yeah. Orcus, we are so used to caves sometimes, it's easy to fight at night, but if they are not firing cannon at night, perhaps they have switched.
Well, then we should
tactic.
go
It'll
now.
be these these crescendos of battle, and it's like any war.
Right. Sometimes you fight at night.
Sometimes you do.
Yeah, sometimes you do.
If you could give me 20 minutes, I just need to run to the Silver Vein and buy something.
I want to come.
Yes, please.
Uggo, also, you said you wanted to fly, right?
Yeah.
Well, I think it could be prudent if I perhaps turn someone, maybe you, into a bat or a hawk or an owl to do some scouting.
Could be.
And if you got shot down or anything like that, you just turn into an orc.
But it may not be necessary. So.
Okay.
It's a good idea, though.
Yeah, whatever we need, I will do.
All right, and so I'm hustling because we should go soon.
Okay.
So, yes.
Let's go shopping.
Off to the Silver Vein.
All right, so you guys are given instructions on how to get to the Silver Vein. It is a completely different area of Dalto, and it actually takes quite a while to get there, and you are being as nondescript as you can, inconspicuous, hugging walls and kind of hunched over a little bit, not really trying to disturb anybody, but you do catch some glances and glares from dwarves. Again, everybody's working and got their head down, toiling away, preparing, and it is a city under siege. So you're managing to get through without too much notice. And you get into the Silver Vein, which is a markedly different feeling to the Iron Vein, which is the only other section you've seen thus far. And it really does feel much emptier. And the sense that you get is there's less use for the things that have been done here now, which is artisans, craftspeople that work on the smallest of scales, creating these beautiful filigrees, these beautiful small workings of metal, interlocking necklaces, and all kinds of really beautiful work with metals, with steel, with precious metals to create all kinds of beautiful things. Also, there are places with clear arcane connotations to them. The place that Dondo told you to check out was a place called Oakbuckle's Oddities, which is a store that specialized, and still does, but certainly while the trade route was still in place, much more so, in arcane items, strange things, useful, magical stuff. So you find this, and it is you find the sign that says Oakbuckle's Oddities. This area is much less trafficked. You open the door, and there's a woman in the back, dwarvish woman in the back, who barely even looks up. She seems to be toiling back in the back area. But you see all kinds of things on the walls and on shelves, all kinds of strange, it's a very much a secondhand store.
Well, hello.
Oh, can I help you?
Yes, sorry, we're visitors to the town. We don't have much time, but I was wondering...
We don't get much visitors here.
Oh.
What can I do for you?
We're just looking
She's
to
got
buy
little
some...
glasses.
Nice. We're looking to buy some components.
Please, look around. If I can do to help you, I'm happy to do so.
Could you please show me your spell scroll selection?
Spell scrolls, we don't have many of those left, but I'll see what I can do.
She's looking around. This little dwarfish woman.
Adorable.
Indeed. I'm looking for a glass eye.
Yes, I heard it.
Worth at least 100 gold.
Well, everything here is top. I can tell you top the value.
I'm sure. I have no doubt.
Look,
Bargain.
And she pops up, she goes,
Very nice.
Is this one do for you? It's a pretty good glass eye. Made, I think it's made in Vindor, actually. Look at it. Put it in my mouth.
Look at
Look at this for you.
Oh, it's nice.
And what was
slick
your
now.
name, madam?
My name.
what is my name?
My name is Russigrit Oakbuckle.
Russigrit.
Russigrit, yes.
Russigrit?
Very pretty.
Yes, nice to meet you.
Very nice.
Are you new to
yes.
Are you new people in the Silver Vein?
Dondo Corrigana highly recommended your shop.
Dondo Corrigana did?
Yes, that's correct.
I haven't seen Dondo in quite too long.
But he speaks very highly of you, and we are on very important business. Is there any way that you could give us this for 80 gold?
Well, you said you wanted it to be at least 100 gold, sir. I think you made the value yourself, did you not?
No, it's a weird thing about spell components, isn't it? It doesn't really allow much space for negotiation, doesn't it? It says worth at least 100 gold, but if I buy it for 80...
Gold, then I would have said it to you.
All right, fine. No, you're
gold,
absolutely right. One of these days, I'll get this negotiation thing done, I swear.
It's worth 100, so
you're right.
120 seems pretty fair for my markup, for my... We don't get many people in here anymore.
I'm convinced.
Madam, should I We're on very important business for the king.
Important business. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll just put this back in my
Do you
mouth.
have enough gold? How much gold do you have?
I have 113.
I can
All right,
fine.
fine. Yes. Okay, yes. 120.
Yes, sounds reasonable, yes.
Fine. Lovely. Very nice.
And so what screws you're looking for, Yuri?
What do you have? I'm particularly looking for altar self, if you have that one.
Altar self.
I can certainly pull up my list.
Altar self, oh my goodness. And she's a frog.
Oh.
On the thing.
Oh.
That
That's altar self, it works.
that seems to be polymorph. That seems to be polymorph.
Whatever. Alter self allows her. She can turn herself
Very
into
impressive.
another person.
Obviously.
Yeah.
Wow.
She's kooky though.
She's into it.
Oh, what wonderful! I just did the same thing the other day.
It's true.
You like frogs, do you?
Yes.
I get confused sometimes. Maybe I got the last spell on the scroll. Oh, guess what? We're all at the altar self. Take that. All we got is polymorph. I'm sorry. That's too bad. I know. You know what, though? I got a second eye if you want a second eye. Look.
Oh no!
Any
What scrolls do you have? I didn't make a list.
I didn't make a list either. Didn't know you were coming here.
Any healing potions? Any potions of any kind?
Sure, I got healing potions.
Maybe a heat metal. Heat metal?
Heat metal.
Yeah.
Oh, we do that all the time in Dalto Thum. We don't need potions for that.
Well, unfortunately, I
on a
don't
rush.
have
We're
scrolls.
in a rush, dear. What about
I got a list of things that I can buy. Where can I find
anything like a ring of defense or
ring
anything?
of defense? Oh, we got rings. That's what we do have here. Yes, right. We got rings. Look, rings.
Carpet of flying?
Let me see if I can find a ring of defense.
Really want a carpet of flying?
Punch me in the face!
What?
Punch me in the face!
All right.
Oh, no, you didn't hurt at all because I got this ring in the face.
Great.
A ring of defense.
How much for the ring of defense?
Oh, how much is a ring of defense? How much is a ring of defense?
I don't know if we have
Oh
enough.
my god.
No, whatever it is, it's that plus 20%.
Why didn't I make a list of spells I want?
Perhaps we can work this out later.
All right, yes.
Meanwhile,
Thank you,
I'll go and
madam.
Sev are like getting war paint, and smearing camouflage.
Going great.
Fur,
You guys are gonna come back and we're like not there. And you're
I
like,
got
oh
my
my
glass
god, we're
eye.
like, right.
putting on like dark clothes.
I got my glass eye that takes care of our.
Charm
takes care
monster?
Of our... No, we've got that. Don't worry.
I think
Charm
we're.
monster?
Yeah, I think we're.
Moving on.
I want a scroll. I have gold to spend.
We'll give Jeff time later.
Yeah.
All right.
You got to warn me next time you're coming to the city.
I didn't know either.
All right. Is that going to be do it for you?
Yes,
I
that'll be enough.
suppose so.
Thank you so much.
You guys.
I'll split it with you.
We'll figure out a sword.
60.
We'll figure out a sword
Yeah.
for you to buy.
Okay.
Okay.
Don't you?
All right.
Don't you? We'll figure out a sword.
16, you do 60. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, you have had your little excursion.
Yes, yeah.
To the Silver
rushing
Vein,
back,
and
yes.
back you go to the to Dondo's residence, and you guys have been preparing as well, right?
I was half joking, but I actually think that's probably what Uggo and Civ would be doing because we've probably both done this before.
Ramboing up.
Yeah, essentially Ramboing up. Yeah.
Okay.
And I'll be explaining to Fahima on the way back. So there's a spell that if we're within a mile of something, we can see where it is. We can put sort of a seeing device there.
I love it. That's so on brand for you, too.
Oh, thanks.
So,
That's very nice.
Also, Lily, you have been spending time with Hamrian and Donk, who are giving you a real rundown of the lay of the land and trying to explain the ins and outs of how the mountain is shaped and
Works.
Where the orcs might be. Yeah.
Okay.
Could we make a crude map? Are they coming with us?
I don't think they want to come with you at all.
So can we make like just a crude map of like the general area and this is the direction? And,
Exactly.
Okay, great.
Yeah, they're being as clear as they can, and Dondo is helping as well about what they've heard before they abandoned their post in the army, and Dondo filling that out with information that they've kind of had at a higher level of the court, the king's court, and the advisors knowing
what's going on, and they've sort of pinpointed where they think certain areas are, and scouts have gotten pretty close, but no one has actually seen the cannon up close because it is considered so dangerous to move in those circles.
Sure.
So.
Is there anything that the scouts have discovered that we should be aware of?
I told you that there's magics and there's quite a few powerful orcs there. Yeah, we're scared. At least, Duncan and I were.
Well, we'll be scared too.
But I hope you're not. I trust you. I never thought I'd trust people that hang out with an orc, but I do. I trust you.
Guess what? You hang out with an orc now too. And he hangs out with orcs.
Oh, I'm friends with an orc.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. My father would think that was a good thing or not.
Well,
Friends?
Hmm?
We are friends?
Well.
You're just painting yourself.
Are you sure?
You're quite scary looking right now, but.
I like you too.
Well,
Great.
All right, so what are we doing?
I think we're leaving.
are they back?
Let's go.
Yeah.
Did we have a short rest while they were gone? Cool, I did a push-up.
Sweet.
I had to get some help back.
All right.
Oh, yeah. I'll be taking heal you.
All right. So, we are doing what now? We are
heading out.
Heading out to scout or to
scout.
Scout that might become
Scout
more.
that may become.
All right.
Scout
so
plus.
There are two different areas that you
Heavy
can go
scout.
to. There is the location of the cannon itself, or the camp where the leadership of the Orcish army is thought to.
I would
I
like.
think that's
I
what
would
we
like
were
to.
doing.
Oh,
Oh, what were you saying?
I was gonna say. I think we should go look at the cannon first, in case there's a way for us to easily sabotage it.
If we take care of leader, then we take care of more than one problem.
I'm really hoping that this all can end with both sides walking away and.
Why don't we vote? There's 5 of us. Everyone that says
I think it
that
would be.
we want to go to the cannon and sabotage it, raise your hand.
Oh, to the cannon, yes.
I mean, I eventually want to do
Yeah, I
that,
do want to at some point.
That's not what I want to do first.
You want to go see the orc encampment first?
I want to kill orc leader, yes.
I see. All right. Well, seeing as how
But
Which one's closer?
Based on the map, can we see where the encampment is based on to the cannon?
It's where they estimate it to be, and there are.
But I mean, do we hit one first and then the other, or are
Not
they
going to make
very
that easy
separate?
for you. It's a real decision. It's a real decision.
It's a fork in the road type
Right,
of
yeah.
situation.
I mean, you can certainly go scout both if you want, but it is one place or another place.
Well, what time of day is it going to be by the time we get there?
It'll be late in the day if you go right now.
As in dark?
No, not quite. No, it'll be 3, 4 o'clock.
Lily, I will take Lily. I really don't. I don't want to force Uggo to assassinate what could be his brother leading this orc.
I don't either. It just seemed like that was the only way.
You guys saying this like right here?
I know. I pulled her off.
I thought we were scouting, and so I'm fine either way, honestly.
All right, I take it back. I'm not going to abstain. I choose the orc camp.
All right, fine. That's 3
Well,
for the
I
orc
would
camp.
also say that cannon is probably better at night when no one is firing it.
Right.
Sure. Fine.
Maybe we can just say we're not going to rush into battle.
I think you will find that in war, Lily. Often the battle rushes at you.
Since we're going to get there in the evening, then the cannon makes sense, doesn't it?
No, he said 3, 4 o'clock, which gives us another like 2 hours of daylight.
To go to the cannon.
Right.
So we go to captain,
Yes.
we kill him, then go to cannon,
No,
blow it up.
It's just a scout.
Just looking.
Scout, perhaps kill him if cannot scout.
Right.
And then we'll go to the cannon.
And blow
we'll-
it up.
And yes, because if it's night and it's not being used, that might work.
Sure.
We could always go to cannon first and turn it on to orc camp.
That's one of my ideas, but it's all right.
Then
Still
let's
need
do
to
it.
survey the numbers.
Let's go to the cannon first then.
I'm so confused.
We all are. No one knows what's
All right,
happening.
who's the leader of this group?
I want to kill Orc Captain.
All right, let's just go to the orc encampment first, and we'll see what we see. And then if it's too sticky,
Fine.
then we'll go and take care of,
course,
the cannon.
yes.
All right.
Okay. So, decisively, team sets out.
Mocking us.
Hey, that was decisive. We made a
It was good.
decision.
It was good.
It took us 4
The
minutes.
team makes their way back out through the concourse, past all of the hustle and bustle of that opening area, back to that incredible vaulted cavern at the opening. Dondo bringing them with him. Actually a contingent of dwarves from the king himself, guiding, bringing, escorting you, so as not to have any dust-ups on the way out.
I want to keep Ugo in the middle of us.
Yes. Yeah. You know, do you guys ever see
So no itchy trigger fingers.
those old shots of Michael Jackson running? There's like 14 guards around him. You know?
Yes.
You know, and he's in his lapels, you know, and he's like smiling. You know, that's what you guys are doing. So you got this like with it, and you as you pass through the gates, and they again that thing that happens. The gates open, and there's Nort Gaboon standing there with his orc skull and his bandolier of orcish tusks, all notched and numbered. And he stares at Ugo, and he clocks you as you walk by, not meeting his eyes. I mean, not leaving your gaze. He's just like staring holes in you as you walk by, hate in his eyes. And he can't believe that you're being given this deference by other dwarves. And all the other soldiers kind of stand and look, watch, and you guys move out. And at a certain point, the dwarves stop and let you walk across that bridge with the waterfall to your right. So the water gushes down from above, and you look past the area where you had originally climbed up when you first got to Dalto Thum, and you sort of make your way across that bridge, and you look back, and then the giant bronze doors close, 15 feet thick, close. And you see just the dwarves who stand in front of it, sentinel Nort Gaboon staring at you as you leave, and you walk down this incredibly long pathway of the mountain.
Is Dondel still with us?
No.
Okay.
He's not coming.
Okay.
Is the orc that I healed, or the dwarf that I healed there?
Yeah.
When I pass him, I'll just give him a little wink.
He looks down at his arm that's healed. His other arm's bruised. He's like, and another day, he hurt himself on rocks again.
They're all self-inflicted wounds. He's just clumsy.
He's just really bad at
Climbing rocks.
Moving.
So you guys move down the mountain and around, and you're kind of hugging the outskirts of this incredible rock face that reaches up toward the sky on a large, wider pathway. As you had come up to Dalto Thum, originally you had been on this very precarious little walking pathway that wasn't even really a pathway. It was just cut into the side of the mountain. This is the main way that had been used for centuries for all kinds of travel and merchants and trade to go through here. So it's wide and it's accommodating, and you walk down the center of it. It's just, you know, huge pathway on either side of you, and you hear echoing through the mountains, across the treetops, the sounds of war, battle. It is happening down below you. Down the side of the mountain, there is battle happening, screams, just clanging of metal on metal, footfalls in the mud, footfalls on dirt and rock, clanging and screams. You hear all of that echoing, and you continue to move, and you look at your map, and you follow it, and you get close to where it seems like it was supposed to, the encampment was supposed to be. And you hear the sounds of orcs. I'm assuming all of you guys are
Sneaky.
Yeah. We can all roll stealth. Civ, you have advantage from Tiger Lily that was countered by Grim Fated.
Okay.
Fahima, you have advantage from Mana Hakume, but it was countered by Queso Gato. James, you have advantage from TK421, but it was countered by Grim Fated.
Thank you,
Ugo, you have
TK421.
advantage from the Brush of Tie, but it was countered by Eagle Eye 123321. And Lily, you have advantage from Saber Gamer that was countered by Grim Fated.
Grim Fated, why?
So, Jeff.
Yes.
I have Embrace the Pain, which gives me a +2 to anything that gets countered. And I'm also going to use Trisha's Hush Burger that I got from Morgan Sagan earlier. A delicious fire-grilled burger appears and starts to ask you about your process in bringing your character to life. Devour the delectable abomination, and your movements become impossibly quiet. Your next stealth check gains +2.
I need to use a card because I just rolled really bad. From the Brush of Tie.
How bad? Oh, okay, no, go
A
ahead.
3. Luck of the Hen. For one roll, your advantages may stack up to 2, so I'm going to use another advantage if I have one.
Yeah.
To roll again?
You do. You have advantage from Reno Hay.
Thank you, Reno Hay.
I mean, it is countered, but I guess this card lets you just use it.
It lets me roll 3 d20s.
Okay.
But I only rolled 1 because I got countered. But I guess, I don't know. How does that work? My brain is
I'll let you
not
just
able
use
to.
since the card says it, you can roll another one.
Wait,
I have a solution.
I didn't like my result. Can I try and throw a pretzel in Jared's mouth?
Yes, I'm so excited about this. So excited about this.
Or do you want to do it? You can throw it in my mouth. If you prefer.
Oh, let's talk about this for a while.
Yeah.
I'll shoot
Okay.
for a while.
Who do you?
Gummy bear, okay? Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna let you know.
Yeah.
After, I rolled a d20. I didn't like my result. I may take a snack from the snack bowl and attempt to toss it into the mouth of the person sitting farthest from you, or they can toss it to you if you prefer. If you miss, the original roll is taken. Catch it in the mouth, I win.
All right. I will allow, if you choose, one practice throw.
Oh, God.
You want to do it?
Okay.
Do it.
Sure.
Okay.
Orange, okay?
Can I
Get it on the
stand
first
up?
try.
Yeah, you can do it if you
You're gonna
want.
go underhanded.
Yeah.
Don't hit the lights.
This is hard.
Don't hit your line.
I'm not gonna hit it. You ready?
I can't
I'll do
stop
it on
laughing.
3. 1, 2, 3.
Hey! Now I'm not gonna do it.
You can take that as a real. That's amazing. That was amazing.
What is this show, man?
We have physical challenges.
Power.
Double dare.
Thanks, Uncle CW. I'm rolling again.
Amazing.
Maybe the best thing we've ever done.
Artistry.
What's
Worse.
Oh, I have. Hang on, I got you. I will use Trish of the Time Stream from Dyson Capes for a 12.
You have so many Trish cards.
Yes,
So
I
then
do.
I get plus,
Plus your stealth.
What? Oh,
Ron has something he wants to say to everybody.
I got a 13.
18. Okay.
I got a 14 with my reroll.
Okay, good.
17.
I'm not that bad then. Great.
18.
And did you get? 400. Yeah.
He's helping the rest of us.
Although, if Ugo and I mean, it's over now, but if Ugo and I were doing camo and stuff, you would get advantage from that.
Right.
So.
But I think the thing is we.
Oh, the advantage
countered and
count.
stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have
All right.
something for this.
So you guys all managed through the power of the amulet. It's a weird thing. You're crawling it, you're getting closer. See if throw some food at Lily. It's amazing. And you get close, and you see that there has actually been erected in this little cove. Not cove is the wrong word. This little inlet of where the mountain divots in. A makeshift orcish camp with logs, spiked logs that have been carved into pointed tops.
A palisade.
Yes, a Pacific palisade.
Grown.
All
Local humor.
all erected to create one entrance point and one exit point, heavily defended. You see, as it's pressed up against the back of the mountain, there are multiple levels that have been peopled with orcs that are kind of looking out and patrolling this little encampment. And as you peek around and you try to see a couple of orcs out in front as they're just walking back past the palisade, past those spiked logs, you see unmistakably Grolago, the orc that Uggo challenged. He stands looking larger.
Oh my God.
He's still got one tooth crooked from when Uggo punched him in the face, and he's got a bunch of orcs following his command. And that is where we will stop tonight.
No, it's too soon. It's too soon. What time is it? Come on.
So this is the orc that we came into contact with. You'll remember had a very large cannon.
Yeah.
And Uggo challenged, I think, in episode 3?
Super.
No, 6.
Six?
That's when we found the first
Early.
ward.
Oh yeah, 6 because it was when
First
we went
half
into
of
the warden
6.
battle.
That's right.
Yeah.
So, this is this very same orc.
Could have been your
and a
brother.
Could have been.
Contingent of orcs beside him. And we're gonna find out what all this means. But first, I wanna clear out our cards.
Rematch.
Cards. We also got
Oh my
love.
gosh.
We got love. I love the love. The love.
Loving the
Love is
love.
something
We
I
love
love.
love.
I love love.
Love, love.
Love lamp.
Damon 7, Fellowship OTP,
I love lamp.
Diana of the Night. Not to be confused with Diana of the Day.
Correct.
Oh yeah.
Woodster 74, others. Thank you so much, all of you who send those balloons. We appreciate them.
Indeed.
Let's get to some cards. Civ, you have a Force of Good from Youngblood.
Okay, thank you.
You have a Force of Evil from Grim Fate.
Okay, thank you, Grim Faded.
Nobody rolled a D20 or a nat 20 tonight, did they?
No.
No,
Yeah,
we didn't roll.
contracted bonus did
Roll
not
It's
pay
only
off
this sesh?
like it was supposed
A lot
to.
of talkie talks.
Darn.
Sorry.
Can I?
Yes,
Okay.
please.
The first thing you notice is the tell. Something is just off here. Was it the way they tugged on their earlobe? Is it something about their haircut? The next time you think a character is hiding something from you, gain +2 on your insight check by looking for a tell. Oh man, that would have been super.
Yeah, I needed that one tonight on you.
helpful.
So that brings you just back to a 0?
It gives me a +1.
Okay.
Yeah, good old
Better than nothing.
8 wisdom. Let's make a deal. Your rolls aren't great. At best, mediocre. But I've got a deal that I'm willing to broker. You've got a good healer and HP aplenty. Speak a number aloud as much as to 20. Whatever you choose is the damage as toll. That number replaces your next awesome roll. Wow. So I have to pick a number between 1 and 20, and that's going to be my next.
The next time you roll a 20, you'll get that number instead, but it's how many hit points you lose.
Right now.
Right. Okay.
Okay. I will choose, because I would like my next roll to be successful.
Is it
I
a
will
force of
choose
12. Yeah.
a
I
15.
was like, that's not good at all.
Okay.
Yeah.
So your next 20, your next awesome, is a 15 instead, but you took 15 points of damage.
Okay.
Interesting.
All right, James, you have 2 cards.
Oh my goodness.
A Force of Good from Youngblood.
Thank
Force
you.
of Evil from Grim Fated.
Thank you, Youngblood and Faded. Here we go. The Force of Good, the Shepherd's Caravan. Viewer submitted. This card can be used to grant its holder the effects of a scrying spell that can only be used to target Lily's mother, Margaret Dumblestock, with automatic success. How appropriate.
Aw,
Just spying on your mom.
weird.
Yeah, a little weird.
little weird.
What are you doing, spying on your mom? Force of Evil, Ethereal Echo. Viewer submitted. Oh, do not say aloud until it happens.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay.
Okay.
Interesting.
Okay.
Interesting.
All right, all good? Are you done?
I am done, yes.
I'll go. You have a Force of Evil from TK421, a Force of Evil from Grim Fated, and a Force of Good from Youngblood.
Wow.
Well, TK421, I know where you are now. In the doghouse. Okay, left your post. And the good was from
Youngblood.
Youngblood. Thank you, Youngblood. Appreciate ya. All right, I'll do the best for last. So, the first Force of Evil, Minor Illusion of Disadvantage. This card triggers the next time you make a skill check or attack roll with advantage. You imagine multiple ways to fail at what you're doing and become momentarily frightened. Instead of rolling a d20, roll 4d10 and add the 2 lowest values as your roll. You do not remain frightened after the roll.
Huh.
That's great. Second force of evil, red thistles, red cheeks. Your attempt at honeyed words have soured. Your next charisma check has a -5.
Yikes.
And whoever you're talking to probably thinks you're in love with them now. My next charisma check is a -15. No joke.
Wow.
Good
We're
lord.
gonna walk up to those orcs and be like,
I'm gonna be like,
Throw up on me.
he loves me.
I think he's into me. All right, and so finally, our good one, toss a coin to your bard.
Hey.
After Lily sings her next song, the party feels inspired and moved by her performance. Any party member who contributes 10 gold to Lily gains 5 temporary hit points, which lasts through the next combat. If every party member contributes, Lily also gains the effect.
Yeah.
give me your money.
Thank you, Grim Faded,
Hey, Lily.
Youngblood.
All right, we also got a roll for evil, and I rolled a 2. This is from Queso Gato.
Queso Gato.
Seriously?
And all the candles are lit.
Goodness.
And I rolled a 5. So this is from the community.
Thank community.
Oh, look at that.
All right.
All right. Misfortune comes in threes. At the start of the next oh my God, please. At the start of the next combat, roll 2d6. Every party member will take that damage.
Ouch.
After rolling, you may decide to discard this Force of Evil and not take the damage in exchange for 2 new Force of Evil cards. What's worse, the devil you know or the devil you don't?
Wait.
So you can
Definitely
take,
the W.
you can take, we can all take 2d6, or she can get rid of it, but then she gets 2 forces of evil.
Oh.
The devil you know is always better than
Yeah.
But you get to see the roll first.
I would
That's
take,
good.
Yeah, I would take the 2d6.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, so these evils are pretty bad.
Okay, I
Yeah,
have the blip from the candles. Your hands blink and shimmer as if you vanished for a second. The world around you hesitates and freezes. No one but you is sure what happened or whether anything happened at all. Play this card to exploit the blip and take an extra action on one of your turns.
Cool.
Very cool.
All right, and finally, I have one from Grim Fated, which is a force of good.
Aww.
Force of good. This is submitted by a viewer. It says, "Easy, you say?" This card allows Jeff to block the use of any single force of good card by a player.
Oh.
The force of good returns to the player's hand.
Oh, so we can use it again?
It's just a boomerang.
block?
It's just
Yikes.
bounce back.
Yes. Okay.
Oh, you already did that to me
I'm
once
rubber
today.
in the globe.
So, that's it for this episode. We have a war that we are now participating in, ladies and gentlemen. So we're gonna need you back here next week to find out how this all plays out. Thank you so much for all of your support. Your unending support is just incredible, a little overwhelming. It's amazing. Thank you all. Thanks to all the folks in the Discord, and thanks to everybody that tuned in for the first time live. This is amazing. I can't wait till next week. It's gonna be exciting. I think we're gonna finally get some combat. Maybe, I don't know. You guys get away with not.
I'm ready to fight.
I was
though.
gonna say, I
ready.
think there's some people right now that are wanting to, not me.
Not you.
Yeah.
No, yeah.
I do.
Chomping at the bit.
Well, I can't wait till next week. Until then, humankind, be both.
Night, everybody.
Goodbye, goodbye.
To all of you who played along and interacted with us throughout the evening, our humble thanks. Dance it up there, Milo. Give him a good soft shoe, eh? And thank you to everyone that shared our adventure. And my respected thanks to Lumbee Bronzarm. I am Robin Nicole, ages 13, Kamikaze Reaper. Midnight Greninja, the unnamed user. Beekeeper. I'm pretty sure I said that wrong. Dude the Man, Mika Obliquo. Fuzz58, Nick O. Kai Book. The Bar Steward, Omega Deather. Who else? Elliot. Wizard Lee, Briber, Raider Zero, Gamershare, Lurkfish, Burr Ice, Greg Thompson, The Carson, Raisin Brand 66, Lost Legend 15, and William Blackrose, whose viewer submitted Force of Good and Force of Evil cards were used on tonight's show. And don't forget the Dungeon Rundown. The official Dungeon Run after show airs Tuesday night at 6 p.m. Pacific. Our host, Trisha Hirschberger, sits down with the cast of the show and talks all things Dungeon Run, from community questions and episode recaps to theories and all the fan art your mortal brains can fathom. The Dungeon Rundown airs right here on caffeine.tv/The Dungeon Run. Make sure to follow the channel to get live notifications. And of course, join us for The Dungeon Run next Wednesday at 6 p.m. Pacific right here as The Dungeon Run continues. Until next week, may the dice roll in your favor.
It started. It started. It started. Started.
As a simple dungeon run. As a simple dungeon run.
Let the dice
In a world where magic exists, anything is possible.
Ah, life is pain. Ah, life is pain. Pain, 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 pain.
Meep, I love you. Come back to me. Meep. 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 Meep.
We're falling through space. No plan.
The island of Bingle is safe once again. You may return to your homes. And if there are any that are willing, help them rebuild.
Humankind. Be both.